are you ready? Christy? Courtney, are you ready? All right. It is just after 4 o'clock, so we will go ahead and get started. Commissioner Burke will lead us in our invocation if you'll stand.
Please pray with me. Dear Lord, thank you so much for this day. Thank you for our beautiful Clay County. And I just pray that you'll just be with all of us tonight and just get us all home safely tonight. Please be with our staff. We thank you so much for them. And I just pray that you'll just take care of them with all the work they do and just give them guidance. Please be with our veterans. We're so thankful for them, and we're looking forward to celebrating them this week. And I just pray that you'll also be with all of our first responders, our law enforcement. Pray that you'll be with all of those that have lost loved ones. I just also pray that you'll just put a hedge of protection around our county and around our people and help us to make the best decisions we possibly can tonight. And thank you again for your son. And I pray that in your name, in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Well, today, as you know, we always have our veteran-led pledge, and word got out clearly from the number of people here that we moved our meeting because of Veterans Day tomorrow, because we are celebrating our veterans all month long, but tomorrow is the day, and so we have a very special veteran-led pledge today, one of our own employees, Lieutenant Commander Caleb Reisinger. Commander Reisinger honorably served 20 years in the United States Navy with assignments across the globe and nation. A highly decorated veteran, his commendations include the National Defense Service Medal, Afghanistan Campaign Medal, Iraq Campaign Medal, Global War on Terrorism Expeditionary Medal, and Sea Service Deployment Ribbon, among others. Following in the footsteps of his father, grandfather, and uncle, Reisinger joined the military to continue his family's proud tradition of service. Throughout his career, he embraced the importance of teamwork, detailed planning, and realistic training, lessons that defined his leadership. Among his most memorable experiences was supporting tactical units in theater and having the privilege of leading exceptional men and women in uniform each day. Since retiring in 2019, Reisinger has continued his dedication to public service. Currently, he works here with us, as I mentioned. He is our real estate and land conservation manager. Thank you, Caleb, for your service to our country, to your service to our community, and to our county. We really appreciate the work that you do, and if you'll lead us in the pledge, and then if you want to say a few words.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, if you want to grab the mic.
So I just want to thank you for allowing me this privilege. It was a privilege to serve for many years, and like I said, to lead men and women, exceptional men and women every day. And I'm proud to be part of the team here and the staff at the county, which is also an exceptional team of men and women. And look forward to many years. Thank you.
I will now call to order the Board of County Commissioners meeting for November 10th, 2025. Let the record reflect all commissioners are present. We will move right into pet adoptions.
Okay, first we have Grayson, domestic short hair, 8 years old and weighs 13 pounds. Looking for his ray of sunshine. At 8 years old, Grayson's perfected the art of cozy living, quiet naps, soft cuddles, and endless affection. He's on a mission to find someone to share his sunshine with and call his own. Come meet the cat who will melt your heart and steal your spot on the couch in the sweetest way possible. Next, we have Sam, a neutered male, mixed breed, and weighs 71 pounds. He's got a playful spark that will keep you on your toes, whether it's a game of fetch a zoom around the yard, or a goofy antic that makes you laugh out loud, Sam is looking for a family who's ready to match his energy, spoil him with love, and enjoy every goofy, handsome moment together. Life with Sam is never boring. No chickens, please. Our next cat is Chubby, a neutered male, domestic short hair, 7 years old and weighs 11 pounds. Meet Chubby, feather toy champ. Chubby is a playful, sweet cat who lives for feather toys and showing off his pounce. He's a survivor with a big heart, fronts declawed, and thriving after a rough start. Chubby loves attention, playful zoomies and snuggles, and he's ready to bring joy, laughter, and endless love to his forever home. Lastly, we have Princess, a spayed female, mixed breed, 2 years old and weighs 43 pounds and is heartworm negative. Princess, goofy, high-energy love bug. Princess is a playful, affectionate, and confident girl who loves toys, cuddles, and rough and tumble fun. While working on her canine good citizen skills in our Paws prison dog program, she showed she plays well with other dogs when introduced properly. Smart, trainable, and full of energy, she's ready for an active home that can channel her enthusiasm into fun, focused adventures. Ready to meet your new best friend? Our adoptable animals are waiting to add some extra love and fun to your life. From wagging tails to purring kitties, we've got the perfect companion just for you. Want to see who's available? Head over to our website and meet our adorable crew looking for their forever homes. If you have questions, you can drop us a line at clayadoptions@claycountygov.com and let's chat. Don't wait. Your new best friend is just a click away. And pictured is kittens like Dusk are always in need of foster homes and their siblings, and they are looking for a foster home where they can grow, receive socialization, and get the care that they need until they are ready for adoption. Could you provide Dusk and one of her siblings a loving temporary home? And if you're interested in helping our furry friends, but you can't bring one home, please take a look at our Amazon wish list. We are always in need of items for the shelter animals. Just go to Amazon.com. And that completes our pet adoptions.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right, we have 3 proclamations, if my fellow commissioners would join me down front. Our first proclamation this afternoon is for National Adoption Month. We have representatives here from Kids First of Florida and Camelot Community Care to help us raise awareness in our community. If you want to come on up. Sorry, Teresa, I forgot to move that. We also welcome the Cook family with their adopted daughter, Alexandria. Thank you all for being here this afternoon. And Commissioner Compere is going to read our proclamation this afternoon, and then if any of you want to say a little bit, we would love to have you say a few words, so come on up. And you can come around this side too. We don't bite over here.
The proclamation reads, whereas it is paramount that Florida's children and families have the opportunities necessary to reach their full potential and lead happy and healthy lives, ensuring they can have a bright future, and whereas every child deserves a loving, supportive, and permanent family, and an adoption provides a life-changing opportunity for both the child and their adoptive family while strengthening local communities, and whereas an individual with the capacity for a lifelong commitment, the ability to love, and the means to provide a child may serve as an adoptive parent, and whereas while 58 Clay County children found forever homes during fiscal year 2024 to 2025, 19 children, including many sibling groups who wish to grow up together, are currently in foster care awaiting love, permanent families. And whereas many older youths in foster care struggle to find a permanent family and believe they are too old to be adopted, despite their deep desire for the sense of belonging their adoptive parents can offer. And whereas National Adoption Month is an opportunity to spread awareness on behalf of the children in our community and finding families for every waiting child in Clay County is the goal of Kids First of Florida and Camelot Community Care. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, does hereby proclaim November 2025 as Adoption Month in Clay County, duly adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, this 10th day of November 2025. Do I have a motion? All in favor say aye. Motion carries 5-0. Would you like to share? Anybody like to share? Yeah.
I'm actually here for my wife Heather and our daughter Allie. Unfortunately, mom and baby girl are at home right now sick, so they're unfortunately able to be here. This is a great day for our family. This is actually my birthday, so no better way to be spent than having this on my birthday. It's just a great day. We met Allie just literally in February, and by March, April, she was already at home, and there was just a quick bond. God really blessed us. It's been truly a miracle. Coming from losing a child at birth to having Allie in our home now, full circle, it's just been a blessing and a miracle. So, thank you. Awesome.
We appreciate the commissioners, and we appreciate the community. We work really hard to get these adoptions done between Kids First of Florida and Camelot, working together. So if you're interested, please contact us. We're always looking for families to help take these kids and adopt them or provide foster placements for us. Do any of you guys with Camelot want to speak? We do. You can contact us at our website of kff.org. Right now our phones are down. We just moved. We used to be on Kingsley Avenue, and now we've moved to Wells Road. We'll have an open house, so we'll put it out on our website soon, so you can come visit us at our new place. So for now, the website would be a great way to contact us. And then we also have a Facebook page, so look for us on Facebook as well, and we'll get more information out as well.
Thank you. All right, we want to get a picture, so Dad, you come right here in the middle. You want to come on in and. What are you going to do with it?
Just hang it so
Oh.
the cord isn't
Here,
in
I'll
the.
move it out of the way. I'll stand over here.
All right.
Thank you all for waiting. We appreciate it. All right. Our next proclamation is for National Hospice and Palliative Care Month. We're joined by representatives from Haven Hospice and Palliative Care to help raise awareness in our community. If you'll come on up front. Commissioner Reniger is going to read our proclamation, and then we would surely like to hear a little introduction and what you have for the community.
Well, thank you for letting me read this, present this proclamation. Whereas hospice and palliative care professionals, volunteers, and organizations throughout our community and nation dedicate themselves to providing compassionate, high-quality care to those facing life-limiting illnesses. And whereas Haven Hospice and Palliative Care has been serving advanced illnesses needs in North Florida since 1979, providing comfort and dignity to thousands, allowing them to live their last months, weeks, or days comfortably with the people they love. And whereas Haven Hospice and Palliative Care utilizes an interdisciplinary, team-oriented approach to treatment, including expert medical care, quality symptom control, and comprehensive pain management as a foundation of care. And whereas National Hospice and Palliative Care Month offers an opportunity to raise public awareness about the benefits of hospice and palliative care, ensuring that all citizens have access to the essential services when they need them most. And whereas Clay County recognizes the selflessness and dedication of the nurses, physicians, social workers, spiritual counselors, therapists, and volunteers who provide the essential care with unwavering commitment, particularly during this month of remembrance and reflection. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, does hereby proclaim November 2025 as Hospice and Palliative Care Month in Clay County. And in doing so, encourage all citizens to increase their awareness of end-of-life care, discuss their preferences with family and physicians, and complete an advance directive to outline their wishes for future medical treatment. Duly adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, this 10th day of November, 2025. Do I have a motion? Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All those nay, say this like sign. Passes unanimously. So thank you very much. It's done.
Well, first, we at Haven want to just thank the County Board of Commissioners for allowing us to be here. You know, National Hospice and Palliative Care Month was first declared so in 1978. And the goal of it was to raise awareness about the options that our citizens have for end-of-life care. A couple of things that I just like to say is most people, when they think about hospice, they think about the last few days of life. And really, our goal is to raise awareness about how we can walk this journey with those that are facing life-limiting illnesses for a lot longer. We love to be there not only in the last days, but the last weeks, the last months, and even the last few years with our palliative care services. Most people think of hospice as a place, but we're actually a service. You know, we mentioned a little bit earlier about our team. Our team consists of nurses, CNAs, social workers, chaplains, cellmate volunteers, which is how hospice actually started. And our goal is really to say, how can we keep you at home for the time that you want to be home? And how can we really help to improve the quality of life at a time when you need it the most? So anybody that really needs some additional assistance when they're facing a life-limiting illness can do so by calling 1-800-HOSPICE. You can reach us on our website at havenhospice.com. But our word really is get some help. Don't do this alone. Our team is here to help whenever the time is. So thank you again for allowing us to be here to raise awareness.
We want to get a picture. My asthma has been bad, so I apologize that I'm sinusy and coughing. Anyway, our final proclamation this afternoon is one of our very favorites. It's for Farm City Week. Farm City Week is recognized during the week leading up to Thanksgiving to celebrate the partnerships between farmers and their communities. We have representatives here from the University of Florida Extension Office and also from Clay County Farm Bureau. So we would like for you to join us up front, and Commissioner Scrimmel is going to read our proclamation, and then if you want to say a few words. Is no one here? Just you. You're the only one? I was going to say, former Commissioner Hendry never misses an opportunity to get the microphone. All right, well, here we go. I'm going to grab a cough drop.
All right, the proclamation reads, whereas Florida farmers and ranchers feed the world with nutritious foods, relying on essential supply chain partnerships with urban and suburban communities for sourcing, selling, and global delivery. And whereas farmers and ranchers protect the environment by preserving freshwater areas, wildlife habitat, and green space. In turn, consumers support these conservation efforts by purchasing Florida's agricultural products. And whereas during National Farm City Week, we recognize the importance of this cooperative network. Agriculture and related enterprises employ nearly 2.5 million workers, including farmers and ranchers, shippers, processors, marketers, retailers, inspectors, and others who help contribute to an annual impact of $387.4 billion to Florida's economy. And whereas Farm City Week activities celebrate the mutually beneficial relationships that support this quality of life that we all enjoy. And this week, we gather with family and friends around the Thanksgiving table. We count these relationships among our many blessings. And whereas Clay County commends the many Floridians whose hard work and ingenuity provide us with food abundance and reflect the true spirit of our state and nation. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, does hereby proclaim November 19th through the 26th, 2025 as Farm City Week in Clay County. And in doing so, we call upon all citizens to acknowledge and celebrate the achievements of those who collectively produce and supply agricultural products to our community, nation, and the world. Duly adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, this 10th day of November 2025. Do I have a motion? And a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Congratulations, you're now officially in the record. Thank you for coming.
So, thank you. My name is Wayne Hobbs. I am the Environmental Horticulture Agent and Interim County Extension Director for the University of Florida Clay County Extension. Basically wanted to say that even with the changes we are seeing in the county, farmers are still one of the keystones of our communities, whether it's pine trees, cattle, agritourism, or nurseries. So just wanted to say that Farm City Week is all about building those stronger partnerships, and University of Florida Extension's here to help with that, and basically any educational information that you need from the University of Florida for farmers, residents, and help serve the community.
Awesome.
So before we we have a declaration that I'll read in a minute, but before we go back up to the dais, we wanted to just take a minute, as myself and my fellow commissioners wanted to take a minute to recognize we've had 2 new judge appointees in Clay County, and we're grateful for them and our partnership with them, and we wanted to introduce you to them. One of them is very familiar to you. She has been our county judge, Christina Mobley, for quite a while. But we wanted to recognize that Judge Christina Mobley has been appointed to be a judge on the 4th Judicial Circuit Court bench. And so we want to recognize her. So if you'll come on up, we want to say congratulations. And then you may not know that, and you would think that this would be because Judge Mobley was promoted, but that's not why it is. So Clay County is growing enough that we had an additional judge on the circuit court bench, which she has filled that role, and we're also getting a new county judge. And so we wanted to recognize that our new county judge is Hector Murcia Bustos. I butchered that. I even practiced it. Murcia Bustos. And Judge Murcia Bustos was sworn in last week so that he could get right to work. He will be actually having an investiture in the early part of 2026. But we wanted to share our congratulations with you as well and honor you. And then at some point, I imagine there will be a new county judge appointed, because that's the way this works. And so we just want to welcome you. We've been friends with you for a while. He's been with the state attorney's office here, appointed some to Clay County, and we appreciate all the work both of you do. We wanted to share our deepest congratulations and recognize you for the public.
Thank you for having us.
And finally, we do have a declaration. So the month of November is Native American Heritage Month. We want to honor and recognize our Native American heritage and the history, culture, and contributions of these indigenous peoples. So I encourage you, thank you. I encourage you to read the declaration that's attached to the agenda to learn more. Now we're going to move into the presentations. We have two presentations. One of them I requested. So Commissioner Reniger has worked very, very hard over the past 12 months as the president of the Northeast Florida Regional Council. And he was recognized at our last meeting as the outgoing president. And I asked Beth if he happened to leave his award behind. And that's what he gets for leaving it behind.
That's what you get.
And so we would like to recognize, so I'll turn the floor over to Beth Payne.
Yes, thank you so much. Good evening or afternoon, everyone. I'm Beth Payne. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Northeast Florida Regional Council, and certainly is my honor and privilege to be here to say thank you to Commissioner Reniger for his service, to our board. In our board, we represent 7 counties across Northeast Florida, and there's a rotating presidency that goes around. And knowing all that you all do with public service, being on the regional council board is the 3rd, 4th, 5th job that you have every single day as leaders. But you all engaged so tremendously, and you took the leadership role so willingly, and it was a pleasure for that year. I'd love to point out that we kicked off one of our largest federal grants, the Military Installation Readiness Review. Couldn't have been more fitting to do so under Commissioner Reniger, and he still kind of serves as our de facto leader for that grant and that project, and just so excited for all that work to be done and what it will lead to for Northeast Florida. So certainly on behalf of your colleagues, our board of directors, and staff, and certainly myself, it's been a pleasure to work with you for the last year. I had breakfast with him this morning at the Military Appreciation breakfast. So you're not rid of us. We'll still see you every month. You just don't get to sit at the front of the table and bang the gavel. But we appreciate all your service and all you did for us.
Well, I appreciate the ability to serve not only Clay County, but the whole region. And it's one of the rules I learned in my life is if you want to go fast, go by yourself. But if you want to go far, go it with your neighbors, So regional council, like Beth said, is 7 different counties. I was president of Northeast Florida League of Cities. That's 400 cities and municipalities in the state of Florida. So I learned a long time ago that the problems don't stop at the border. They transcend a much larger area. So I want to thank the regional council for giving me the opportunity to help you move that football down the field. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. He represents us very well. I get the privilege of serving with him on that board, and Commissioner Reniger is he's a consummate professional, so congratulations. I bet you won't leave your stuff behind. People get sneaky.
It's a heavy paperwork.
Yeah. And then we have our Clay EDC update. Crawford Powell is here, as well as some friends. I saw you brought some backup from Jack's USA, Andre Wallace, and
significant reinforcement.
Yeah.
So good evening, Andre, if you'll join me, please. So, hey, I think Andre has a brief presentation, and mine will be even briefer after his. So I will turn over the mic to Andre.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for giving us some time to talk with you today. It's always a pleasure to be for Clay County and with Clay EDC to talk about the great things that are actually going on throughout the entire Northeast Florida region from an economic development standpoint. And I'll be brief with you. I do have a report that I can certainly pass out to whomever. Sorry, Howard, don't want to add an extra job for you, sir. But this is an annual report that goes to all 7 counties in Northeast Florida with regards to economic development from a marketing perspective. I want you to understand that the marketing that is done is over $1 million from all 7 counties contributing to that, to basically make sure that we're reaching C-suite executives as well as talented individuals across the United States as well as internationally as well. Just from October of last year to September of this year, we've probably reached more than 14 million young professionals. And of those 14 million professionals, 157 of them have visited a website called Find Your Jacks. And so Find Your Jacks talks about all 7 counties. It talks about where you can actually live, where you can actually send your kids to school, what are great restaurants, etc. So if you're ever come across someone that's new to the region, tell them to go to findyourjacks.com, and they'll be able to find any information they want to with regards to this entire region itself, and specifically with regards to Clay County as well. We also have a website, a subset of Jacks USA, known as Earn Up. So if they get here and they're actually looking for a job, they can go to earnup.org, find out what jobs in the region, also what skill sets are going to be needed for those jobs equal as well. So that's important. This website, Jacks USA, their subsets, Find Your Jacks and Earn Up, that's how we're really reaching out to companies, and that's how we're reaching out to the talented individuals for them to really take a look at this region. You'll notice on this annual report, looks a little bit different than it did last year. And that's because we went through a brand new brand refresh. This region has completely changed. We've grown. When you're a region holistically of 1.9 million people, that's grown very rapidly. That's 44,000 people moving through 7 counties of Northeast Florida every year. That's 120 people a day. I think you feel it. You're going to feel it even more once the First Coast Expressway is complete and all the work that you've done with regards to approving new housing development. That's going to create more opportunities from an economic development standpoint. There's already conversations being had, as you can tell, in the healthcare space, where there's more healthcare initiatives moving into the actual region itself. That's going to have a complete drive for new talent to move into the area and to fill those respective jobs. So we look at it in terms of it was time to refresh who we are, and that's what we did this year in terms of a whole new look and feel of Jacks USA itself. And that goes to the work of a great team. That's not my work. That is their work, saying that it was time for us to actually do this. One of the things that we also do at Jacks USA is the team from a talent development standpoint. Our team, they go out and they meet with roughly, they have 331 events throughout the year. That's job fairs, that's going to colleges and universities, that's helping people fill out various different forms for higher education, whether it's First Coast Technical College, whether it's St. John's River State College, whether it's Florida State College, Jacksonville, etc. Our team is working directly with parents, they're working directly with school districts, we work directly with Clay CTE programs, etc., to make sure that people have a career pathway once they finish K-12. It's unacceptable for someone to go through K-12 and not have a career pathway once they get out. I didn't say they had to go to the University of Florida. I didn't say they have to go to Florida State. But what you do need to make sure is that you're getting the skills that you need to get into this economic development ecosystem of this entire region, because there are meaningful, gainful employment jobs that are on the site of earnup.org that these individuals can get into and have a career and work directly here in the First Coast, Northeast Florida itself. Soon to make sure that there's more jobs here in Clay County. We recognize that, better than 60% of people drive outside of Clay County for jobs. We want to make sure and work with Crawford that there's more jobs that come here to Clay County. So we appreciate the partnership with Clay County government and Clay EDC. If there's any questions that you have for me, I'd be glad to answer those respective questions, but I don't want to take too much of Crawford's time. But I want you to know that we are at Jacks USA work hard for this respective region. whether it's domestically or whether it's internationally, to bring jobs to this entire region so that everyone has an opportunity for meaningful, gainful employment, and more importantly, put food on the table and send their kids to great schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Does anyone have questions? Yeah. okay.
Andre, I don't have a question, but I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
When Jeb Bush was governor, he had an initiative such that every fifth grader would identify a career. And it was laughed at. And Ron Littlepage, he's an editorialist, I remember him distinctly just ripping the governor apart for that. He said, if I had had to specify a major when I was 5 years old, or fifth grader, I'd have been a cowboy, okay? But what Jeb never enunciated was, you don't have to keep that job, that profession. And like Anna and I, we both worked at the community colleges then, and I can't tell you the number of students that have showed up at the community college, and I'd ask them, what do you want to do? And I don't know. You think about that. If somebody can focus at a very young age as opposed to when they're a young adult, how much further along they'd be. So I don't know, just leave it with that comment. I still, if I had a magic wand, I'd do it today, so.
Through the chair to
Absolutely.
Commissioner Reniger. That's what we're doing at Jack's USA in the conversations with all of the 7 school districts. Listen, whether we like it or not, we're the age that our kids or grandkids have grown up in an era where they've got more tools at their disposal. So if your kids are mastering video games, they can begin to understand some of the things that they need to know once they decide what career pathway they are. And these kids are mastering video games. So if they're mastering video games, you can start putting information into them to help guide them along the way. You're absolutely correct. Just because I choose to do X as a 7th grader doesn't mean that's what I'm going to do at the 8th grade. But if you start putting the different skills in there early on in elementary school, these kids have a better background and foundation. So when they do decide what career pathway they are, they can move steadfast in that particular direction. So we are having those conversations, because if you're not, you are behind. Trust me. From an international perspective, as we travel, we see other countries where their kids are much more advanced into what career pathways they want to go in. It's because they're having those conversations at an early age.
Thank you.
Commissioner Compere?
Yes. Mr. Wallace, how are you?
I'm well, ma'am.
Thank you for coming. So my question through the chair is, maybe this is hyper-technical, but I'm curious to know how or what fields the young people are being encouraged to go into as they are now having to compete with artificial intelligence. I'm thinking about Amazon having cut off, I think it was 30,000 jobs that the report was last a couple weeks ago. So I don't know if that's too granular, but I am curious, how are we shaping the minds of the young ones?
I think it's a granular conversation. However, let me tell you what the ecosystem of this region is in terms of the jobs that come here. Focusing in advanced manufacturing, which is the production of a product. That is one of our key industries that we focus upon. The second one is transportation and logistics. You are America's logistics center right here. You want to know why? Because you can reach 100 million consumers from Jacksonville within 24 hours via trucking or via rail. And Jacksport is the least congested port on the East Coast. Third, financial services. But financial services crosses a number of different things. It can be private banking, wealth management, it can be back office, but the technology side from fintech is huge in this region. FIS handles $2 trillion in payment processing. What does that mean? If you buy your coffee at Starbucks and you use your phone to tap, that's payment processing.
Mm-hmm.
So we're encouraging, that in this region as well. That's one of the reasons why we're encouraging the University of Florida to come in and create master's degree programs in artificial intelligence, as well as cybersecurity from that standpoint. So that's the third industry. All of your life sciences, health tech, etc. That's the fourth field. Technology services, which cuts across all the other 4 fields that I talked about. then corporate relations, getting corporate offices to move in. So we're making sure that our children understand those respective jobs as well. But let's not stop there. The trades. The trades are huge. Whether we like it or not, fertility rates are not what they were when I was born. Okay? And younger Gen Z individuals do not see themselves having 3 and 4 kids. At best, maybe 1. So, from a company perspective, how do I get the product? How do I get the supply chain going if we don't have the talent and labor to do so? So, they are turning to artificial intelligence. However, artificial intelligence will not replace your job holistically. The thing about artificial intelligence is if you understand artificial intelligence, you become that much more marketable. And that is the conversation that you have to have in K to 12 is how to understand the tool that's there before them to utilize it to be that much more effective in what you do day to day. Those kids that understand that have a greater pathway. But let me tell you on the trades, there's no artificial intelligence that I know of that's going to save me from plumbing. Save me from electrical work.
Yet.
My wife does not want me doing any of those two
Yeah,
things at the house, none whatsoever. We need them in the trades.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Scarmolo?
Yeah, Andre, thanks
Yes,
for
sir.
coming down to Clay. It's good to see you again. So the question I have for you is, this is obviously what you do every day. You get to meet a lot of people and have a great perspective. So I think about the growth that we continue to see in Northeast Florida, the Beltway. The Everbank Stadium renovation is going to be a huge economic driver for the region. And then also our state's pro-business environment and just a quality of life environment that people want to move to Florida. Of those, and maybe some more that which factors do you think are going to drive growth the fastest in terms of maybe upon a completion, you're like, when this happens, it's the toothpaste is out of the jar.
Sure. The growth is going to be driven by the ability for a business to become operational the quickest. That's the thing. So if you have fast track permitting that allows for companies to get operational fast, they're going to gravitate towards that. If you have the space for them, not all companies want 200,000 square feet of space, and I'm talking about on the manufacturing side. But if you're in that sweet spot of 25 to 75,000 square feet of warehousing space, that allows for companies to come in and then grow into larger spaces from that standpoint. But that pro-business mindset, cutting the red tape, that's where companies are going to gravitate towards. That it's a welcoming environment is what it's saying to the company itself. Then when the company looks at it from the employee side, what does the employee look at? They're looking at the ability to have, from a public safety standpoint, the community is safe and that the schools are good. You have a school district that's in the top 15. I compete against Tampa, I compete against Orlando, other places. Those regions can't say that they've got 3 school districts in the top 15 in the entire state. We say that. We say that to the companies that we're recruiting, and we say that to the employees of those respective companies. That's why that 120 people a day moves here, is because they want to take advantage of what we take for granted. They want to take advantage of what we take for granted. Never forget that.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we check a lot of those boxes, which is super exciting. And one of the data points that I've heard the past couple of months is the numbers of people who live in Clay County that leave Clay County to work are really high. And that's one thing I hope that over the next couple of years we can bring that business here so folks can work and spend money in our county. So thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Anything else for? Sure.
It was off of Commissioner Scarmolo's question. You shared that fast track permitting to become operational the quickest. Are you seeing any industry in particular that has bottlenecking in their permitting process?
Every county is different.
True.
So my comment is generic for all 7 counties. I'm not saying you have a bottleneck, but I am saying the following. That is something that companies do take a look at. how quick can I get my permits in order to become operational.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Andre, and I just want to recognize you have Dr. Anna Liebisch with
Yes.
you this afternoon, too. She focuses on,
She's the talent guru.
she's the talent director, guru?
Yes,
Guru? She's the
that she
talent
is.
guru.
Right.
We've known her for a long, long time back with her when she was at St. John's River State College. Respect her, so thank you for being here this afternoon.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I know her even longer.
Oh, you do? Right.
Thank you, commissioners, for that time. Also, thank you to Andre and his team at Jack's USA. We could not do as a region, we could not do as a county what they're able to do as a region. We couldn't spend enough money to market. We couldn't spend enough money to travel. We couldn't spend enough money to do a lot of things they do. So I greatly appreciate the value that our investment with them makes a difference for us. I did want to share just a couple of quick slides. And if I get really lucky, this works. There it is. It helps if you hit. So most of you are aware, this is IKO. This is a large roofing shingle manufacturing facility that is way out in the northwest corner of the county, on the corner of 218 and 301. Just so you're aware, this is what $250 million looks like. So that's what they've invested to date into Clay County. They are now in their initial hiring phases. We talked about jobs. We talked about opportunities. They are looking for the brightest and best. They're above average pay scale, above average package that go with their employees. They expect a lot, but they reward well. And so this is phase one. As you guys know, there are 2 more phases, possibly even 3 more phases that will be following this. They hope to be operational. They would like to be operational by year end, if not by Q1 of next year, and they'll start moving product in and out of there. So that's been a great project for us. Another angle on that one, another angle on that one. This is Niagara, which most of you also are aware of. Andre talked about jobs and opportunity. Niagara initially came to the county and they committed to about $90 million and about 80 employees. They're currently at about $230 million capital investment, and they're at 100 and almost 90 employees today. They expect that to continue. They've got a couple more production lines they'll bring in, and they think their employment level will cap out at about 250 employees at this facility. Those are the type opportunities that create opportunity for the people and for the families, and they're substantial and they're long lasting, and they have great retirement and great benefits, and they create a lifetime of employment opportunity for those that want to work in a facility like that. That, just as a reference point for those actually in the audience, that's manufacturing. That's what manufacturing looks like today in a lot of locations. I'm not going to tell you it's climate controlled inside, but it's probably about 80 degrees inside at the most. And so you're around production equipment continually, but when Andre talked about new jobs and new technology, that's what manufacturing looks like today a lot of times. I thought I put some more in there. So, and that might have been it. I just wanted it to be kind of short and sweet. But that gives you an idea of some of the larger projects. We also have some additional projects, as you know, that we've been talking to. The First Coast Expressway coming online will make a tremendous difference in accessibility for transportation in the community. And we're looking forward to Q1 of next year and hope we have some pretty good, interesting announcements for the team. So are there any questions on our behalf at the moment?
Yes, through Chair. Crawford, what's the red structures there? Go back.
Metal framing.
Yeah, what?
They filled it all in. They're not in chronological order. That's just the structure for the sheeting, the outer skin of the building.
Okay.
The roofing would have come on top of that, and then
All right.
metal siding down the side.
So it's in progress.
Yes, they're not in chronological sequence of the construction of the building. Good, I'm glad it was easy. Thank you.
Anything else
Thank you.
for-
Thank you. You
Crawford?
guys have a great evening.
Thank you, Crawford. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Teresa, she left me. Teresa.
Excuse me. I looked around the room and I don't think we have any of our constitutional officers out in the audience, but we do have our clerk of the court and comptroller, Tara Green, with us this afternoon, as always. Do you have anything for us this afternoon?
Ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, real quick, point of privilege. I'd like to welcome some guests we have today in the audience. Dr. Holsey and her team with the Clay County Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority is joining our meeting today. We'd like to welcome them and appreciate their dedication to giving back to Clay County through their various community service opportunities. So welcome to the Commission chambers.
And if you want to come up just a second, we would recognize you because I understand one of your daughters was a commissioner for a day. Is that true? Yeah. Just come on up.
Yes,
And you wanted to write, you had submitted a card to introduce yourself, so just go ahead and do that before we get to public comment.
Sure. Good afternoon, good evening, all the commissioners. Thank you for having us here today and this opportunity. My name is Tiana McCall Wimberly, and I am the president of the Clay County, Florida Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. We are a newly chartered chapter here in Clay County that chartered on April 26th of 2024. So we've been here just a year, but we have been very, very busy engaging in our 5-point programmatic thrust here in the county, and we are excited and looking forward to continue to partner with other local service organizations like ourselves. Our 5-point programmatic thrust action. So we have been working, as I mentioned, to get to know everyone, the different organizations, and partner and collaborate on the things that we're doing here in the community. One of the things we're very excited to share today is that we are starting a scholarship program for high school seniors, for high schools students here in the Clay County area. So that application will be available on our website, and we hope to get lots of applications so that we can contribute and make sure that our high school seniors have opportunities to further their education. Today, we have some of our members here with us, and Dr. Holsey was the one whose daughter was commissioner for a day.
In relationship, and it was a great program that Commissioner Scromolo started, but we appreciate all you are doing in our community as well. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, we are to our approval of minutes. I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes from October 28th, 2025.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion designed to allow citizens an opportunity to bring matters to the attention of the board. At this time, the board will not engage in debate or answer questions. You may email askclay@claycountygov.com, and staff will address your questions, or you may email your district commissioner. Public comment cards are conveniently placed at the meeting room entrance and should be submitted to the clerk on the far left of the dais. You are limited in your comments to 3 minutes. Before addressing the board, we ask that you state your name and address for the record. And I would now like to open the first public comment period. I will start in just the order that I was handed these cards. Mondays must be a good day for us, or maybe it's just topics people have on their mind. We have a lot of them. So our first public comment is from Desiree Allen.
Florida, just down the street, and I'd like to initially ask for an additional 19 seconds.
That'll be fine.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
My comments are many people have been placed on display here in Clay County. I've been here most of my life. I've raised my children here and 5 children that belong to other people. Individuals with centered purpose to do good for all the people, not just black, not just white, but brown, light brown, dark brown, yellowish, in all colors and cultures. Now, yes, the world has changed, and though it should have changed for the best, it hasn't. There are drugs, there are meds, medical illnesses, and just plain old hate in our country, in our world right now. Now, we have been given an opportunity to do something good that means something to everybody. But it appears that it is in consideration with our local government has decided to take what has been made evil and put it on display for the whole world to see as they run a race in this community for good for our kids, our community, the people that want to move in, as the gentleman stated. The Bible speaks of devisers. Look it up when you get home, it's in Titus. Such individuals we are attempting to name a road after, one that people driving down College Drive, coming from Blanding, will easily see and be able to place in what may be a disproportionate place for us at this time. Our mental health has changed. The drugs have become crazy, and just plain old unlawfulness has increased and is out of control. It has taken over our schools, our neighborhoods, our churches. Our children are having to be subjected to homelessness, abuse, and being medicated instead of loved into good mental and physical health. Our local government now seemingly has not read or glanced at the direction given by the Bible. That rebel rousers should be placed in a special place, and that's away from, not put on display in our community. I don't know Charlie Kirk. I don't know things about his personal life, but I know what he did. And I know that it's not good for us to be able to have community college along with my mother, Annie Lee Keys, and Miss Catherine White of Orange Park. If you want to name something, name it after the people who contributed and did great things and knew our community. If you all get to know our community other than just Green Cove, you will find some names and some people who are worthy of the name of any road. Just take a look around you and get to know the people that you should be knowing. And we won't do something like this. Thank you.
Miss Allen.
She said thank you.
I said thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't. Excuse me. Our next speaker is Scott Slater.
I probably don't need that real close. I'm Scott Slater, current president of Save Our Lakes organization. I would like to recognize Vivian Katz James here with me, former president for 15 plus years. Most of you are aware of the efforts that Save Our Lakes has put into restoring the lakes in the southern part of Clay County, Keystone Heights area. So my goal is to fill her tiny shoes, which is not real easy to do, but thank you for your contributions, Vivian. I'm here to speak. I'm here to encourage you to approve that. It is part of the sequence of getting our lakes back to full navigable resources that can be used by all of Clay County. I want to give a thanks to all. I'm not going to go name by name for everybody involved, but kind of the list of how this occurred. The initial appropriations request to Tallahassee for the money to restore those lakes, and that fund, which is identified in Agenda Item 9, is $250,000 of legislated money to improve our lakes, specifically Lake Geneva restoration. So over the last 50 years, Lake Geneva has had depressed lake levels that have allowed a massive forest to grow up. And when the lake gets restored by the Black Creek Water Resource Pipeline to normal water levels, that forest will be submerged, those trees will die and create a hazard. So this appropriations is to initiate forestry of that lake area, and then additional cleaning to remove that before the lake comes up to normal levels, which occurred over 50 years ago. So I like to, number one, thank that initial appropriations request. Number two, I'd like to thank the legislators that supported the efforts in Tallahassee and got those appropriations approved. I wanted to thank county staff for facilitating the appropriations contract with FDDEP in Clay County. I want to thank county staff who have continued their efforts. We have weekly meetings to update this process, to get the process done and complete. I want to thank your staff who participates in that. If you're not familiar with the Geneva restoration, the goal is to get all of the trees and vegetation removed below the elevation of 102.9, and that is the elevation determined by the state of Florida, where state sovereign land. Drive through Keystone Heights right now, Lake Geneva is at about 93.6 feet of elevation, and you're going to see once the pipeline impact reaches its maximum recharge, you're going to see that lake at 103. So envision that lake 9 feet deeper than what it is, the fifth piling that supports that structure. So it will return to lake levels that lake has not seen in 50 years. So thank you, and please approve that appropriations.
Thanks, Scott. We appreciate you. Our next comment is from Chris Reedy.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Reedy. I'm a retired naval officer in Clay County. I commend the board and each commissioner for all that you do during this unprecedented growth and expansion throughout Clay County. I know every day isn't easy, but the work that has been done is appreciated by myself and my family as we grow countywide. I mentioned the Navy earlier because during my 30-year tenure, we adopted a program called ORM, which stands for Operational Risk Management. In a nutshell, it's careers, but to also apply it to our off-duty times. And that would generally make us safer in our off-duty extracurricular activities. I mentioned this background because I think it works. So I use it personally as a tool to member and user of the Clay County Outdoor Adventure Park in Middleburg. I can't tell you how wonderful the staff is. Simply put, it's just a top-notch group of courteous professionals who do an excellent job ensuring safety and security of the patron users. Not that Google is the tell-all, be-all rating, but they do have a 4.9 out of 5.0, and they've got over 98 reviews. Over the past year, I've noticed a significant increase in the people taking advantage of this great venue. To that fact, I was checking in at the end of October. The staff member said to the guest right in front of me that they had just become a piece of history of the park's history. In that, this was the first month that the park had over 1,000 patrons in a single month, and they were 1,000 and 1,001. He was very excited at the milestone accomplishment. I asked how that compared to a year ago, and he actually knew the numbers. He said it was a little over 350 users during October of 2024. I don't know where the final numbers ended up for the month of 2025, but that's almost a 300% growth rate compared to a year ago, and that's very impressive. Regarding operation, considering the amount of range safety officers employing the willing to accept, given the amount of growth the park has experienced, I am very eager to see what new amenities may be coming next, and I would like to voice a vote for any shotgun sports, skeet, trap, sporting.
Thank you, Mr. Reedy. That was very good information. I appreciate it. We have Teresa Sanday.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Pastor Samuel Lee, pastor of St. Mark Missionary Baptist Church in Middleburg, Florida. Coming here on behalf of the Hilltop community people from the hearing of the naming of the road to Charlie Kirk. And we stand in opposition of that name of that road because it seems that what he stood for is what totally against is what I preach about and teach the people to live. We in this community, I understand that there's a lot of people that we are very God-fearing people. This is a God-fearing community. We love the Lord. We serve the Lord in our own capacities. Some Baptist, some Methodist, Pentecostal, whatever. But we know we have a fear for God. And God doesn't want division. He wants unity. And if we work really hard to bring the love and to unify the people together, to have a forgiving heart, people who is compassionate for everybody, not just a select few, but the community that you live in. Don't you want to live in a community the neighbor can make sure it stays safe? Because of why? The love you extend to the people around you and the peace that you give toward them, it draws that kind of attitude. So we don't want to have like a division. I'm against you attitude. I got to pay you back for this or pay you back for that. No, we want love. We want peace, and we want unity. And I preach unity all the time. And I just stand here with the community, and they all stand behind me. And so we are standing against opposing the road to be named Charlie Crist, because it stands for what we do. We don't need that to be reminded of all the stuff that he stood for. We don't want to be reminded of that. We want to be reminded of things that's going to draw us together and to be a peaceful, loving community. Come to Clay County, where we show that we are working together to make improvements instead of going backwards as far as a division. So in the end, I just want to make sure that we understand that, number one, we is against it, and number two is that we are just trying to promote unity amongst the community.
Can I please say off the record, I didn't know it was National Native American Week, and this is not appropriation. This is appreciation and love and utmost respect for the Native Americans.
Come on up to
Okay.
the microphone,
Good
Miss Sandy.
afternoon, commissioners and elected officials. Happy Veterans Day to all who served, especially our DAV daughter and her husband and our son-in-law. I have to confess, as a mom, I was listening to the news and I heard the name Polte. He is the housing finance guru hired by this regime to facilitate this onslaught of attacks on the American people. Anyway, it appears he is proposing making a company towns where housing and all goods are controlled by the government, banks, and corporations. 50-year mortgages for $400,000 paid for 10 years. You'll still only get $17,000 off the principal. 50 adult years is a lifetime of never owning, basically renting. As retiring age folks like myself see the value of my home 3 times the purchase price, I relish in my good fortune, especially after the Bush crash and that whole debacle. I look back momentarily and feel I have better affordability. I don't know how to fix it, but I do know losing citizenship control looks like slavery. Back to Polte. Isn't that the group that the Clay County gifted a $43.2 million road for? 32 million, all while the tax-paying citizens of this county who've paid taxes for decades sit in traffic gridlock, get denied turning lane access to their businesses on one of Clay County fees. Aren't those fees for schools, fire, police, municipal, etc. because of impact? Those are already here. Shouldn't it be mobility, or at least denoted in the budget, the transfer of the line items? Back to Polte. I hear he's an upstanding guy who's always ethical. Just ask his family. Point being, are we sure there isn't going to be a data center which is being dropped on communities all over this country? Or just for example, a tunnel dug under homes like is what is being proposed in Memphis? Citizens are losing control, and it's time for Clay County to elect folks who understand the dynamics. I have efforts that of late make no sense. I just gave you an example of how this regime does have eyes on Clay County. And before a single home is built, they got a $43 million road on an impact fees for a road that impacts none of this traffic coming from Jacksonville, which is where taxpayers need relief. State example, how many had a say in spending $83 million on 4 acres of land on the west coast of Florida that is slated to be underwater soon? Are we assured the data center won't be forced on our community, as had nudist communities lately? How about a tunnel under your home like Memphis? The citizens need to stand against this takeover, and so do our representatives, who appears either oblivious or complicit. Neither worked for me or mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanday. Pat Jorgensen, and after Ms. Jorgensen is Charles Barnes.
You might recognize my face. I was here last council meeting, and you may not have had this happen before, but I'm going to come and apologize. Now, I'm an old woman. I'm probably like your grandma. You know, you pissed me off, and I'm going to tell you about yourself. And so I came and I did that. And then before the meeting was over, I went back home. I called my grandson. We pulled up because I'd gotten it from a video, and I tried to pull it up, and it was not there, and he's sort of a spoof or something, an AI generator. I'm sorry. I'm not good at emails. I'm better at coming and telling you right to your face that I made a mistake, and that's what I teach my children. If they've made a mistake, they come and they take account for it. So that's what I'm doing. And from what I'm hearing, you guys, you're listening. There are still some troubles. Our infrastructure is not as good as it needs to be with the amount of houses that we're putting in here. I live on Thunder Road. You can't get out on 16 from 6:30 to 8:30 because the traffic is so bad. So I'm probably going to be reaching out to one of my commissioners. You're going to be seeing me because I've decided this is my face and I'm going to be here. I want to thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jorgensen. We appreciate that. And Director Wright is here, and he will make sure that the sheriff knows to watch this part. So
I'm Charles Barnes. I live at 44 ongoing for a long time, and I'm understanding. I hope I have all of my issues throughout Clay County.
we're exploring it.
Exploring.
Yes, sir. On
Okay.
item 32, when you said yes. Sir.
Yes, okay, exploring it. So in your presentation last time, I'm in the square. I'm in the Doctors Lake area. And I'm disappointed because this has been an ongoing issue for probably over 40 years with me since 1992. That's when I purchased the property and built there. And the college pond blew out 2009, devastated us down there. There's a drainage, which is it is not a permitted drainage through your department. You have a pipe across the road there that drains between me and Mr. Freeze. There's no permit on that pipe. Placed there, nobody knows how it got there. Richard had discussed this with me a lot with the engineering. I've also spoke with Mr. Whittemaker about it. He's met me out there at the property. He's very familiar with it also. But we need to get on that list to help us. And let me tell you why. When the tide comes in like it did this past few months, we cannot get in and out. That's the only way in and out is to go through 16 inches of water. You can't drive through it. So we have to wait till the tide goes out. We have to schedule doctor's appointments, a lot of different things. When the tide's in or out, to get in and out, or either sit out there 5 blocks up the road and wait. This is not fair. This has been an ongoing problem for a long time. And the county just simply does not see it that way. They've declined to do anything about it. So I'm asking you to look at this, investigate it, put this in your future budget that's coming up right now. If you explore this, you get it approved, we want to be one of those stars that you will come down and do something a little bit. Start planning towards that. It's going to be an expensive project. I think Mr. I'm sorry if I don't say
Wanamaker.
I'm sorry if I don't say your name
Yes.
right. Has also told me it's very expensive. But I know my time's up, but please take a look at it and see what you can do for us to get us in and out. down there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes.
Okay.
Mr. Freeze, and after Mr. Freeze is Miss Carmenia Hampshire.
Good afternoon. I am Carter Freeze. I live next door to Mr. Barnes. And basically, the item 32, the stormwater drainage, we have a serious problem on Cedar Road. It has not been resurfaced since late 1900s. The people that come in and fill potholes have told me that they have repaved and resurfaced many roads in Clay County that are in better shape than our road. But the county commissioners are not approving the paving of that road because they're saying it's in a flood area, and until it gets straightened out, they're not going to repave it. It's in a flood zone. The road's gonna flood. The road is somewhat flooded. It is also one of the narrowest roads, if not the narrowest road in Clay County. It needs to be widened, it needs to be raised, and it needs to be resurfaced. There is also, in my driveway, a storm drain that's a 10 by 10 hole in my driveway that needs to be covered so that it's no longer a hazard. I was promised in 20 of. So far, the only thing that's happened to map it, to draw it, the widened and resurfaced, it would help so much in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Freeze. Miss Hampshire, and then after her is Al Lowry. No, you're good? Okay. Miss Hampshire said she's good, so Mr. Lowry, you're up. And after Mr. Lowry is Patricia Fernandez.
This is my first Board of Commissioners meeting I've been to, so I really wasn't sure how this all went. But first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to say thank you to all our veterans that are in here, and happy birthday to any Marines also. I'm coming here today because I moved to Clay County and bought a home about 6 years ago. And I went to that road because it was a quiet and peaceful area. About 2 years ago, after the highway was started being built and the construction was going, of course it was longer than that, but it got really intense about 2 years ago. We had a lot of construction traffic going through that wasn't supposed to be going through. At a point, even the Sassier was the company involved in it. They put up barriers with signage. They put up concrete barriers. And we have our neighbors on Byron Road that keep moving those things. So we try to get some help with the Sheriff's Department to come out and start patrolling the area. And about 2 years ago, this young lady on a four-wheeler, a young teenager with her sister behind her, I believe it was her sister behind her, and some other teenagers and kids behind them on four-wheelers, she flipped right in front of my driveway. And I saw this young girl unconscious in front of my driveway, and fire and rescue did come, and they took care of her. But to see that was a big travesty. But since then, the highway's built now. There is 2 gates, one on the Winchester side, road side, one on the Byron Road side, that are supposed to be secured. And they're supposed to be locked, and the DOT has recently taken care of it, and there is a contract by the county. So I'm here to ask you for your help, because he came out and he cut the locks. I have a lot of veterans, yes, I have a lot of older people in my neighborhood, and our peaceful signs that say do not enter, authorized vehicles only. And we have been told by the Sheriff's Department that this is not a traffic issue. Even though that if you look at your handbook for your driver's license, one of the things they do mention is the do not enter sign and also the unauthorized vehicle. We're being told this cannot be enforced because this is not a traffic issue. I'll try to make it really short.
Yeah.
So, but if it's in the traffic, about your licensing, and you have to respect that, it is a traffic issue. So we're asking, please, to give us back our peaceful habitat and lock these gates and let us get some help from the sheriff's department to enforce these laws where people are keep coming through and they don't care. They disrespect it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. All right, Patricia Fernandez, and after her,
I didn't mark to speak. Or, I did not ask to speak.
I'm sorry, I see that, Ms. Fernandez, and it is noted, you are again, you're waiving speaking against item number 33. Thank you. And commissioners will make a note of that. And then, lastly, Teresa Arellano. I know that I'm probably not pronouncing that properly. I apologize. Will you, before your timer starts, will you tell me how to pronounce it, please?
Oh, yes, you can, it's Ariano, it's good enough.
Ariano? Okay.
Ariano, yeah.
Thank you, Ms.
thank you.
Ariano.
Hi, I am Teresa Ariano, and I'm a constituent from Orange Park, 32073. I would like to address your proposal to honorarily name College Drive after Charlie Kirk, which I strongly oppose. Your resolution claims that Charles James, and this is quoted, Charles James Kirk believed in the importance of respectful dialogue, the protection of free speech, and the creation of safe environments where differing opinions could be shared without fear of harassment or violence. I would like to remind you that this same man said, "I'm not here to be civil, I'm here to win." Your resolution praises Kirk for his, quote, dedication to faith, family, and country. Yet he repeatedly mocked compassion, once saying, turning the other cheek has gotten conservatives nowhere. And in another instance, he said Jesus wasn't a socialist. He didn't care about your feelings. These are not the words of someone guided by Christ's humility or love of neighbor. I would suggest to you that these words illustrate the use of faith as a weapon and not a witness. Let's not pretend that this resolution is a tribute to civility or Christian virtue. Being loud does not make a leader, and the kind of respect that builds community doesn't come from dividing the world into us and them. And I think a couple of other people have mentioned that. Now, a little bit about several real community leaders, local heroes who were actually worthy of such an honor. I think Desiree Allen mentioned a couple. Clay County residents who devoted significant parts, if not the majority, of their lives to helping others in this community. Sadly, two of these individuals are no longer with us. They are Jeannie and Guy Galena. Guy was responsible for establishing the soup kitchens at our senior centers in Clay County, and his wife, Jeannie, founded the Way Free Medical Clinic in 2006. It now sits right across from the St. Johns River State College on College Drive. It began in Green Cove Springs and continues to serve many people in our community who struggle to afford medical care. It's recently received quite a few awards and fund grants. Another wonderful Clay County resident who dedicated her life to helping people with disabilities, and happily she's still around, is Nancy Keating. She worked tirelessly for many decades to help develop what used to be called Clay County Association for the Retarded and became known as Challenge Enterprises. Nancy sought out the many special individuals in this county whose families had no place that could help them. Finally, I'm in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, I don't know, but it's growing up in Green Cove. And on that page recently, a former student recalled Coach Riddle fondly. There followed an outpouring of appreciation of and love for Coach Riddle, many people saying that it would be amazing to honor him in some way for having been such a wonderful coach, role model, and mentor to so many of us here in Clay. Choose not to recognize a citizen from Clay County who actually merits this honor as opposed to a divisive individual who had nothing to do with our community. One last thing I'd like to say is that as I listened to the October 14th meeting, and I was upset because I didn't know about this, the fact that she even felt the need to mention theft speaks volumes. Knowing how divisive this proposal is and still thinking that it's a good idea emphasizes precisely why it is not. So I thank you all for your service, but I want to politely remind you that I always vote, and I'm not going to forget what each of you decides on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in our first as well after 5 o'clock? So we're going to move into our 5 o'clock time certains. Item number 35 is a public hearing on ordinance to amend the capital improvement plan, Reg. And I need to ask, do I need to, does the consent agenda need to go before Reg? Okay, so it's fine to do this, okay.
I'm Rich Cantor, and I'm the budget manager. This item focuses solely on the budgets of the bonded road projects. Budget amendments or budget adjustments adjustments have been made in each of the projects to include carryover budget and to redistribute spending budgets to where the expenditures will occur. And that affects the other things that Ed's doing. So,
Okay. Does
all I
anyone have
got.
any questions for Reg? Amendments for our capital improvement element of the capital improvement plan. Seeing none, I will close the public comment period and bring it back to the board for action.
I move approval.
Second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thanks, Reg.
see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah. All right, number 36 is the Fourth Amendment to Agreement Number 2021-2022-151 for First Coast Connector, State Road 23 intersection of 315 and Maryland Avenue, also known as the Cathedral Oak Parkway, design build for the Bonded Transportation Project 6B with Superior Construction Company. And I'm not going to read that whole full second paragraph. Ed, I'll turn it over to you.
Very good. Thank you to the board through the chair, Ed Dendor, Bond Transportation Program Administrator, and with me this evening, Carlos Campos with WGI, the owner's representative. Before you this evening, item 36 is an amendment to Superior Construction Contract 2021-2022, TAC 151. For your approval, with this action, we'll close out the Transportation Project 6B, Cathedral Oak Parkway. The amendment is due to a claim by Superior for the delay in construction for the period of approximately 9 months, when material cost escalations, primarily asphalt, concrete, and limestone costs, were essentially going through the roof at that time. The delay was attributed to the county not being able to purchase and secure wetland mitigation credits for this project basin, and the project underwent extraordinary permit review cycle time by the permitting agency. The claim for this award amendment was negotiated by the parties to an amount of $1.6 million with an acceptable delivery date coinciding with the opening of the State Road 23. The request requires board action and approval. Do you have any questions?
Does anyone have any questions for Ed?
And
Yes.
so does the owner, is the owner Clay County, and do we maintain it from here on out?
Yes, sir.
We do?
Yes, sir.
I thought maintenance was relegated to Saratoga Springs and that group in there.
No, sir. The road Cathedral Oak Parkway, we own the right of way, and there are a couple of, I'm looking at the council here, there are a couple of ponds as the developments occur along that corridor. They may take possession of some of those ponds because they like a more beautiful pond rather than the typical county
Dual
pond.
use, yeah.
So this part of the Cathedral Oak Parkway, that's Project 6B, does not include the segment that goes from the expressway west to 218. That part is also county right-of-way and owned by the county, but that is the part that was built by someone else and is being maintained by Shadow Lawn
Shadow Lawn.
CDD.
Okay, that's, I guess that's where I got confused.
Yes, sir. West of
Just the
23
segment is.
versus the east of 23.
Thank you.
I have a question. However, landscaping is by the developer.
Is, east of State Road 23 all the way to County Road 315.
Okay.
I thought it was
I
a
had
whole.
it backwards.
I thought it
Okay.
was a whole thing too.
Yeah.
However, we are in discussions with the Saratoga Sagebrook for different additional landscape and maintenance for the other segment going east from the expressway. We just aren't there yet.
Okay. Any other questions for Ed? This is not a public hearing, so I'll entertain a motion.
Before your motion, Madam Chair, I wanted to highlight something for the board. In my conversations with the county manager, county attorney, and county auditor, I realized that the amendment, this $1.6 million, is the result of public that by the stroke of a pen, a judge's decision cost Clay County residents in part $1.6 million. And this gap, I believe it to be a very serious problem. We obviously needed to do right to get this project completed. Superior did their part. The county did their part in negotiating because those figures were significantly higher before we got down to this $1.6 million figure. But it is a very serious offense, in my opinion, that something completely unrelated to Clay County would catch Clay County at such a large price tag. I mean, we got caught in the crosshairs of a dispute that had nothing to do with us, that changeover from the, and then there's nothing that can be done about the wetland mitigation, the bank not having the credits that we needed. And so here we are with yet another circumstance that left Clay County indefensible in this situation. And so as far as what we have noticed at the state level, this conversation that our CFO has been having about county government and making sure that we're fiscally responsible, I am asking for us to have a discussion tonight about opening dialogue with our CFO to address how to insulate counties moving forward, especially in light of the conversation that came up tonight about infrastructure. And we are obviously going to have a conversation tonight about stormwater infrastructure. There are gaps that severely impact counties, not just Clay, but all across the state. And we, at this present moment, don't have a remedy, and it's our taxpayers who are having to hold the bag. And so I bring that to your attention. I'm sure you guys have already had that conversation in your briefings, but I am curious to know what direction we count because of this hit. It's very serious.
So does that include a motion?
Painstakingly, because it's the right thing to do, I will move approval for this amendment. But with a huge caveat, we need to find a path forward, because I don't think we can keep taking hits like this, especially unanticipated hits. And there's no way to have prevented or seen this coming.
We could consult with an attorney as how to forward our concern to the CFO, state CFO concerning this item, or this issue, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, as we had the discussion with Commissioner Compere, it impacted a lot of our projects. For this particular one, this one was actually the Clean Water Act, which was the Army Corps of Engineer, and I know that the county manager had direct communications with our congressman surrounding this, so we can certainly follow up on that.
Person, not sure that there's an appreciation dollars for these kinds of decisions. Any other discussion on this item? Okay, we have a motion to approve and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Okay, items number 37 and 38 include rezonings. And so if you are here to speak on either item number 37 or 38, we will need you to stand and our clerk will swear you in. So if you are here to speak on item 37 or 38, Ms. Ariano, you had put 37. Did you not mean 37? I've got it. Okay. Thank you very much. I know that. Okay. And then I have that Ms. Fernandez as well. Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the whole?
To consider comp 25-0012.
Thank you, Commissioners. Yes, Jenny Bryla, zoning chief, here to present the small-scale comp plan amendment, COMP 25-0012, and the companion rezoning piece, PUD. The request is for a 16.34 acre property with a current future land use of rural residential and a zoning district of agricultural residential, requesting to change to urban fringe. In the aerial image, the property is essentially at the intersection of County Road 218 and State Road 21, shown on the graphic on the left, with the urban fringe on the right. So Urban Fringe does provide a little bit more density. The request can be found here. The project is within the urban service boundary, and densities proposed are under 4 units to the acre. Based on this, based on the comp plan, this would be considered an infill development proposal. Florida statutes, chapter 163.3177 requires the review to determine that the requested amendment does not support sprawl. Staff found that the project does not support sprawl based on several factors. One, it directs economic growth towards areas that preserves agricultural lands by leaving those areas on the fringes undeveloped. And finally, 4, the project does not provide further impact to undeveloped open space as the project takes advantage of infrastructure and services already in place. So therefore, staff determined that it does not cause -0005, which is requesting a change from agricultural residential to PUD. So this is the criteria that the applicant has put forward. The project is proposing to develop the larger lots on the northern edge of the project directly adjacent to the existing 20 feet. But this has changed since the Planning Commission meeting, and staff brought it to the applicant's attention. So they quickly changed the front setback to 25 feet based on our off-street parking requirements. This is the revised site plan provided by the applicant. You can see the larger lots to the north of the property on the edge and the recreation areas along the southern edge. So on August 18th, the Middleburg CAC heard the application for the 3rd time. The applicant has been diligently working with the CAC, and they ultimately voted a 7-0 to recommend approval. The Planning Commission heard the item on October 7th and provided a recommendation of 5-1. And staff has provided in the staff report evidence to recommend approval of Comprehensive Plan 0012 and PUD 0005. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about it. The applicant is here.
All right, thanks, Jenny. Any questions for Jenny? Okay, Mr. Miller, do you want to come up and address us?
Good evening. My name is Frank Miller, and my address is 1 Independent Drive, Suite 2300 in Jacksonville. Jenny did, I think, a real good explanation of what we're doing. It's a 16-acre, 16.34 acre parcel of property that's just off the intersection of 218 and Blanding Boulevard. It's behind a public shopping center. The businesses in and around that intersection are, there's the Publix, there's a Winn-Dixie, there's a Huddle House, there's a Firehouse Subs, a KFC, and there's a UPS store. And I mention all of that to suggest to you that this is in the area of a highly commercial area for Middleburg approaches, and each time we've responded, we hope, with the type of development that the local community can live with, and we've downsized it significantly. There was at a time that there was some consideration for townhomes. There was then consideration for 4 of which will be 50-foot, and 17 of which will be 60-foot wide lots. The 60-foot wide lots are on the north boundary of the property, adjacent to the existing residential development with slightly larger lots. And the transition will be from that project to this project to the commercial. And we've been told or heard at the community meetings, and I should point out, in addition to the Community Advisory Committee meeting that we attended several times, we also held a community meeting outside of the community advisory meeting. We obtained email addresses for a number of people who had attended one of the community action advisory committee meetings. We contacted them and held a separate non-community advisory committee community meeting. And the items that the community were concerned with were drainage from their existing project. And that's, unfortunately, it's not our problem. I think it's a problem that was created when their project was developed. Development of this piece, any of their drainage issues can be addressed. They're welcome, they're happy to do it. We're not, and that will require that they accept whatever is currently leaving it. So that was one, the community was concerned about the traffic on Pine Tree Lane is being improved significantly. But I think the folks were concerned that that doesn't really help Pine Tree Lane. Pine Tree Lane is to do anything with, but in fact there is right of way there that could be used. We're not proposing that we do anything because for a 16-lot subdivision there, we can't do like a Saratoga Springs could, for instance. But we do know that we'll have to have DRC review the transportation, and if we need to do turn lanes, we'll certainly be doing that in accordance with the county standards. I'm happy to answer questions. I would point out that we did get unanimous approval from the Community Advisory Committee. We got a majority approval from the Planning Commission. We have met several times with them. We've worked really hard to try to address their questions and concerns, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any questions for Mr. Miller? All right, I will open the public hearing. This is item number 37. I do have 2 cards that are waiving speaking against this item. Come on up, Helena.
Hi, my name is Helena Cormier. My address is on file, and the property that's up there, one of my friends is has an interest in the commercial property that is up in front of that. He's a broker, and I'm not sure if he's part owner, how that works, but he wasn't able to be here tonight as far as I've looked at here, but he is very concerned with his commercial property up in the front and the flooding. And so I don't personally know how all of it's affected, but as you've heard Mr. Miller speak, that there's already issues on the other part of the property and their concerns. And so I don't have solutions on those as well, but I would be remiss if I didn't try to voice for him on his behalf. So thank you.
Thank you, Helena. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing and bring it back for action. I guess I should start with ex parte communication. So I will disclose that I have had a number of conversations with Mr. Miller and his client, as well as there have been some email communications with some citizens and some Facebook communications as well with constituents. Is there any other ex parte communications?
I've received several email communications.
So this is in my district, and this one is very difficult because one, it has been attributed to me that I said I wanted this development. That is not that through the last 5 years have been brought to me, proposed with this parcel, and clearly the owner wants to sell it, make a lot of money on it, and this is clearly the best thing that has been proposed there. They did work, Mr. Miller and his client worked very closely with the Citizen Advisory Committee and staff to try to get something that what they're proposing is very similar to a neighborhood that is right next door to it. the other concern that I have is that if this is not approved, this parcel, because of the Live Local Act, which if the community doesn't know what the Live Local Act is, it was passed by the legislature. It has been amended a number of legislative sessions. And if you don't like it, you really need to voice your concerns in Tallahassee, because this parcel specifically could be, if it's not approved tonight, it could be developed for affordable housing, which could include apartments and townhomes and the like. But all of that said, and I truly have gone back and forth on this one, because this is the first, since I've been commissioner, this is the first development that's been proposed in my district. And lucky, I know, but it's really hard because it's, you know, it's just, I have to do what I feel like is right for the citizens of District 4 who elected me and that I represent. And I'm disappointed, frankly, that they're not here tonight, because on Facebook, they were very active and very vocal. And then I put out on Facebook and said, I need your help. If you're opposed to this, I need you to come to the meeting or send emails and contact commissioners. And I don't know if they contacted you, but they're not here tonight. And, you know, it's frustrating because Green Cove and Lake Asbury turn out, you know, Fleming Island turns out when there's a proposed development. But if I were to vote to approve this, they want to crucify me. And, you know, but whatever. It is what it is. But I just don't know. I don't want to vote yes. I don't want to. And it's because I don't see the need. And I know this is in the urban service boundary, and Jenny and Sharice have educated me very much on what the urban service boundary recommends and what it means. And there's very little of District 4 that is in the urban service boundary. Again, lucky me. But this is in that urban service boundary. But I'm not getting calls from people that say we have a need for housing in District 4. Except from developers. And I don't know if that's the right reason to vote yes. And so I just don't think I can vote yes. I'm not saying that it's not, like I said, I think you all heard what I had to say. So I will entertain a motion with whatever the group wants, Mr. Miller. And I know you made a phone call to me on Friday and I didn't get back to you, and it's not personal. And
That's
it's
fine.
just, it's because this one is a struggle for me, because I don't want to see the citizens of District 4 end up with affordable housing apartments there. And yet, it's just,
I would ask if maybe we could allow this to be continued or until, I guess, the first meeting of December.
I have a question for you, Mr. Miller. Drainage is the issue, one of the issues in that area. And you mentioned that this developer may be able to accommodate the current drainage problems. How so?
Yeah, the kind of things they were looking at is if what happens, as I understand it, it backs up in the backyards of those folks on the north.
Right.
And they were looking to maybe be able to pull that into a pipe or something that would basically flow through into their drainage pond. They haven't done all the drainage work yet, but they're willing to look at it and help them with that.
So use their ponding to accommodate.
Right, to basically get the ponding behind their homes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Burke?
Well, I'd like to hear from staff about this because, I mean, it's very frustrating to me, this drainage issue with subdivisions coming in. And nobody has any answers ever, but the people that move in there have to suffer. And so can someone tell me, Richard, Sharice, somebody, you know, what is going on in this area and why do we continue to have this issue with subdivisions coming in? It's just not right. They all say, oh, the water's not supposed to come there. Well, it does. It comes there. So, and Mr. Miller, it's not you that I'm asking. So, but this is a regular problem in my district. And I mean, I have people with water and they come and say, oh, it was there before. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. And it's just not fair to the people that live there already. So Richard, I think he's coming up. What is being done in this area specifically?
Richard Smith, County Engineer. In this area specifically, we've received a preliminary set of plans. That's what you guys saw, and really have not evaluated the drainage. We haven't received anything on the drainage at all. This is the first I've heard there was any issues with it. In general, you can't modify the drainage on your site to direct it where it wasn't going before they moved in. You can have your opinion. You can say it never happened before. I've lived here 50 years. Probably if the gravity and the maps and the contour information we have show that, you have to help those folks as good as you can. We've got one on 220 Murray Farms that we've done a lot of work on, and I really think what it is, especially when it's your backyard, you see an opportunity to improve it. And I think that's what we're looking at here. These folks may have an opportunity to get their backyards improved, meaning the water's sitting there, it's blocked up, maybe they can fix it if they can. It won't be any worse. Doug Conkey's here with the St. Johns River Water Management District. There are very specific rules. We go by theirs. We are not a reviewing agency for drainage. It has to be done at the state level.
If you have a development that is 5 feet above the development around it, where else is the water gonna go? I mean, yes, there's a pond, but, I mean, I'm not a professional at this, but to me, that's what I see every single time, and that is what seems to be the problem to me.
You evaluate where it goes where it goes before you develop it, and it must go to the same place afterwards. It cannot leave your site at a higher rate, at a cubic feet per second, meaning if there may be more, but that's what the ponds are for. They are there to hold the water and stage it until it goes out at the same rate of flow it did before a single roof or driveway or road was built.
But the plans might show that, but how do you know that's gonna be the case after it's already built? And then they're gone, the developer's gone, and
The plans are reviewed by a professional engineering group, a professional engineer at St. Johns River Water Management District. They are they're as-built, meaning they do a survey to survey exactly what was built. They have drainage structures that have different size holes in them. Those holes have to be, it should work. It will work. Now, you're gonna have complainers. We had complainers on Colt Court, you know that. It turns out it didn't even drain that way ever. It just didn't. That doesn't even go on their property. So a lot of times I feel like we, the county, are almost victimized by, it's never been that way before. One, we've never lived there before, so we don't know. We don't want to say they're not telling us the truth. But my goodness, on top of dirt that doesn't drain in, it's going to drain somewhere. It's got to be compensated for. But it has to go where it went after it's built, where it was going before it was built.
have you heard from the people that are saying they're getting flooded behind this?
No, all anybody has said to me about it, that whole intersection was underwater during Irma, and we can't make, I understand, we can't make decisions based on that. My question, though, as a follow-up to it, my question is, so the comp plan is developed, and it has the area that we're gonna consider, you're gonna consider infill, sorry, talked too much with my hands and hit the microphone. You're gonna consider this infill, but for all the time that this has been undeveloped property, it was part of the drainage. And I know you and I've had these conversations in other locations where, in essence, someone's property was the drainage for the area. And maybe that wasn't right, but that was the county's plan. It was part of the plan in the past, and maybe that person never agreed to have drainage on their property, but I think that's what people are experiencing in our existing. There are people who live all around this. This is not just like off of, the First Coast Expressway where it's in the middle of the woods. There's neighborhoods all around it. And if this property has been part of the drainage, why would there not be a requirement that they would still be a part of the drainage, and that would have to be taken into consideration?
They are. You have to consider your off-site conditions, and if those folks are draining onto it, keep in mind, we haven't been at this level of drainage review forever. I'll have to refer to Doug historically, but I think you're probably looking at something that's been closely monitored probably in the last 30 years. those homes around there may have developed prior to that. As you design this, whoever they hire as their designer, whoever it is, has to consider the existing, what's there exact now. In other words, if there's 50 houses that drain there undetained, meaning they have no provisions for the fact that they went on top of the earth and now they have roofs and sidewalks and driveways, you've got to consider that in your calculations. What does it change? It changes their pond size. If it were just their perfect little 10-acre site and they went through all the stuff you would in a controlled environment like maybe a classroom at the University of Florida, you'd come with a pond size. But then when you add everything around it, like Dr. Burke said, it's better really when they drain onto it. If they're draining onto it, then you can compensate, you can take care of that. Because your whole deal is you got to take that rate of flow that leaves your site and you can't change it.
How do you account for, so this is a forested parcel, there's trees there. If they develop it, they're gonna come in and clear cut that. And I know that I've had conversations through the years with different builders who have talked to me about, well, that's what we have to do so we can build it up. Well, I think the building up part is what impacts the neighboring communities as well. And I'm not a professional at it either, but it seems to me you're pulling all these trees out by the roots. You're just destroying this soil. We have so much sand. How can you account for that just by digging a pond?
That's the way you dig a pond, probably lose 2 or 3 lots. You know what I mean? You make that pond larger in capacity than if you were the first one in. So yes, ma'am, that's what you
But
said.
do they
exactly
have
right.
to do that? Why can't they not tear out all the trees? Why do they have to build it up higher?
That's an economic question. That's when you get into, their return on investment. You're right. You're right. If maybe the guy that wants the land donates it, maybe then they can build fewer homes and make more money. But no one's going to do that. We live in a capitalistic society, so that's a return on investment that's difficult to. We didn't get to that part in engineering school.
Well, it's hard for me too. This landowner doesn't live in Clay County.
Yeah. So.
Chair. Thank you, Richard.
Yes, ma'am.
So here's my deal. I know this area. My parents live out there. There's townhouses coming up. How many townhouses can they put in this property if they do that? Or apartments or?
256.
Okay. You don't want to have to vote on it. I understand. Believe me, I understand it. And we've approved other things to go here. They didn't come. I don't know what happened. So they're coming. Do we want townhouses? Do we want 200 something homes? I mean, this is the best case scenario. Something's going to come there. We're going to have affordable housing there. We have a choice. 200 homes, 61, is it 61? 59 homes. That's our choice. Most likely, this is going to look a lot nicer. I don't know what the price is going to be of them, but we need to limit how many of these other kind of multi-unit things we're going to have, because they're coming. I mean, people can't afford homes. They can buy townhomes, so they're going to be there. So nobody here wants to be the one to agree to this, but I'm doing it. I am filing a motion here to approve this because I want.
Motion in a second. Further discussion, Commissioner Whitaker?
Frank, you intimated that continuance might be desirable. Why?
Well, because I thought there might be some opportunity to have further discussions, but.
We've had CAC approval, we've had citizens.
Well, that's why I was kind of surprised or befuddled. I mean, we've been through the Community Advisory Committee to get a negative. That's what it amounted to.
And Mr. Miller.
You might have some magic wand or something.
And with all due respect, we're the commission that hears constantly, we don't want any more development. So, that's where we're at. I mean, we hear it every single day, multiple times. So, and we understand. Trust me.
Commissioner, I just wanted to remind you, it's 2 separate votes.
Okay. So I'm voting on the first. Okay, to approve.
And I do want to say, Mr. Miller, you are one of our best who represents clients. You're not the actual owner. You represent the prospective buyer, And I just want to say you are the consummate professional and really work well. I know one of the CAC meetings for this had over 60 residents come out, and so I appreciate your willingness to work with that. It's just, I know that you understand how I feel too, very conflicted, and I appreciate.
Agree with Commissioner Burke's comments. You know, this is something that before you have the opportunity to become a commissioner and read all of the guidelines and see how state legislation impacts local government. Unfortunately, as a commission with a lot of these rezonings, our hands are becoming tied. So much so that there will be certain circumstances through the Live Local Act that we won't even get to vote on. You won't see a yellow sign. You'll see something come in 3 times the amount that a rezoning would have come in. So I would advise you to reach out to your state legislator. Let them know that you want local rule, you want local control over rezonings. Because if we don't start seeing some of the change in legislation, what we're doing becomes irrelevant. And that's something I don't think that any of us want. But Commissioner Burke, you made a lot of really good points. And Mr. Miller, I second Commissioner Condon's comments. You really do try to do what's best for the community. Unfettered growth is not good, but smart and strategic CACs in Clay County. So the fact that they heard it multiple times.
You know, Commissioner Burke, and this, I appreciate all of what y'all are saying, and really, I think you're doing the right thing for the community in your minds, and I appreciate that. Commissioner Burke made a statement on a different property in your district, and you said, I've never voted in favor of development in my district, and I'm not gonna start now. And that had such an impact on me. I went home that night, and, all right, any further discussion? We got your back. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Aye. Motion carries 3-2. And we have item B, the rezoning change.
I move approval.
Second motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries 3-2. Thank you for everyone's hard work on that one. Item number 38, we're gonna switch over here. Thank you, Jenny and Dodie. And this is the final public hearing did I ever close the public, I had the public hearing open on that one, didn't I, Courtney? Okay. I don't know that I did. You did. Yes, I did. Okay. Oh, thank you. Woo. Oh, that's right. And I don't have a card yet. Okay, thanks, Helena. Okay, all right. Dodie, item number 38, final public hearing to consider PUD 25-0008.
Good evening. So this item, move forward here, has 3 parts. I'm going to give you the presentation and then ask the board's permission to then expand on those 3 parts at the end of the presentation rather than starting off with that. So the project is Larmac Development LLC. It's on the east side of Henley Road at the intersection with County Road 218. This is in Lake Asbury, Penny Farm, CAC, with Commissioner Burke's district. The application would change. Letters were mailed out to all the parcels in blue on the map on the right, and signs were posted. These 2 surveys, the one on the left is at the bottom of the screen there. That is a portion of a parcel that is owned by Clay County that is also tentatively included in this project. Portion that is county owned is the upland area on a parcel that encloses a stormwater pond that was there for drainage from the road. So this portion does not impact that stormwater pond. It's a flat, fairly level area. On the left is the existing zoning, and on the right is the proposed zoning. This parcel that Larmac owns is part of an existing PUD. It was a commercial intended to be a commercial site that was related to that Royal Point Development PUD to the north, which is the residential portion, with gas station sales, and then a future portion of a parcel for a retail office type of use, with access on Henley 2A, and then the purpose of that, including the portion of a county owned parcel, would be to have access onto County Road 218. The PUD includes the convenience store use now. It had a limitation of a 4,000 square foot building. The proposed PUD would go to 5,200 square feet for the building. Retail commercial office use, excuse me, is not being proposed to be changed. The 16,800 square feet is the same. The gasoline sales is actually the same. It's being reconfigured. That it was 8 pumps going to 16. We looked at that after the meeting and came to the conclusion that no, the original PUD allowed the 16 pumps. The car wash use is would be added under this proposed PUD. Also, restaurant with alcohol, retail auto parts. And then daycare would be added as a potential conditional use. The allowed uses, aside from the ones that are listed here, in the original PUD, it was BB3 zoning, which is a very auto-centric, more wholesale scale. The proposed PUD limits that to BA zoning districts, which is more of a neighborhood retail service type of uses. The PUD does not change the existing PUD's setbacks on the front. It's 40 feet from Henley and 25 feet on the north and south sides from the wetlands to the north or County Road 218. However, on the east side, the existing PUD says a 25-foot landscape buffer to be maintained on the park parcel. The proposed PUD adds a 6-foot vinyl fence installed on that parcel, on that side. The original PUD required all buildings and the gas islands structures to have pitched roofs. The proposed PUD would be a flat roof, allow a flat roof for the gas station, just the canopy part of it. There's no change to the building facade requirements. There is a change to connectivity. The original PUD, and I'll show you when we get to a little later slide, to the east, that park that I referenced, it's bifurcated by what was going to be an alley that would connect with this parcel. The thought being that I guess that residents in their cars would want to traverse that route. However, it splits the park in half. And for safety's sake, that's just not a good scenario. The alley at this time ends in a cul-de-sac, about in the middle of that parcel. There's a later slide that shows that the applicants are intending to provide sidewalk access to the new part, or the new commercial portion, and I'll show you that in just a second. On October 9th, the CAC voted 10. On November 4th, the Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval of the item. Staff's looked at those rezoning criteria and recommends approval of PUD 25, 2008. Oh, that was the end of the slide, sorry. For the 3 items, and I tell you what, I'm sorry, I'll go back to that slide that I said kind of showed it to you there. The sidewalk that they're proposing comes up from here and connects in. So there would be access this way, and it extends out into the park area over here and comes down. So there's a residential road that ends right about here, so there's an existing walk here, access to the park. there's the end of the cul-de-sac. The alley was supposed to come through here. So the proposal now is to leave this alone, and then allow this sidewalk here connection to provide that access. It's a safer route. The item A that you have before you is a consideration of whether you wish to include the county's portion of a parcel and authorize the county manager to sign the application. We have, the blank application was included in your packet. And then B would be the sale of said portion of parcel, if you wish to do so, with authorization for the county manager to execute the closing documents. And then C is consideration of rezoning of all of those parcels. If you opt not to include the portion that's the county property, certainly then that will only apply to the re-PUDing of their existing parcels. And then this piece would be left out. And yes, ma'am.
What's the county-owned parcel? Where's that?
It is this triangle piece right here.
They wouldn't have an entrance on.
They would not have, that would mean they would not have an entrance to Henley Road. Yeah. They have two-way entrance off of Henley, excuse me. They wouldn't have access on 218. They have currently and would continue to have both-way entrance off of Henley.
Okay, and if we could go back to the new uses from the, different from the existing PUD. We're adding, there's auto parts and there wasn't before? So we're adding
Correct.
auto parts? Why is that?
That's something the applicant will have to.
Yeah, I'd like to
elucidate.
know because that wasn't discussed. When, are they here?
Yes, it's, Mr. Miller is here.
I believe it was in the existing PUD because it's, the existing PUD allowed BB3 uses. And so it allowed,
I was wondering why it was on that column then, that it's now allowed.
well, we were trying to move it to, move the uses to the BA uses, which are more neighborly and less intense. But we didn't want to lose that as a possible use.
I want to lose it. There's too many of those. So, because, and is that for the whole property or is that for that building in the back?
Well, it's basically for the building in the back. For the building up front's going to be
Yeah,
the
because, I mean,
convenience
that
store.
was our discussion is that they listen to the people and the people want a restaurant. And
Right.
so an auto parts store is not what I would want to have there. So if there's a way we can get that off of there, I want it off.
I think we can accomplish that.
We need a restaurant out there.
I understand.
Yes.
I understand.
That's my vote, guys. Remember, y'all told me that.
Okay, the applicant wishes to delete the auto parts as a use from the amended PUD.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jody? Mr. Miller, did you have anything you wanted to add to Jody's presentation or the other gentleman?
I'll make it brief because I know y'all may be here a while. I'm just reminding you, this is an amendment to an existing PUD that was adopted in 2004. Back then, convenience stores were one thing, and now they're something different. Now they offer more food items, more items generally. The configuration of the pumps, the industry has learned that what they're suggesting here is the safer way to do it. We're not amending any of the residential portion of the PUD. It's solely this commercial piece, and we think we've toned down the uses that would otherwise have been available, one of which was a strip club under the existing PUD, and that now would not be an available use. So we think it's a good thing. And if I could just comment for a moment before, and I don't know how we're going to decide on this orderly-wise or chronologically or whatever. The reason for the little piece from the the county is, first, it's not actually being used for stormwater management. It's up the bank, and it's just kind of because it fit in there. And so we're not hurting the county's ability to drain into that pond or use that pond. We won't be using it. We've got our own. And when we get to it, the contract for the purchase requires that we modify, to the extent we have to modify the county's permit for that pond, we'll do it on our nickel and get it done before we can buy the property. The primary reason is to allow for an access off 218 far enough back from the Henley intersection that it's not a problem with transportation, with traffic. If the county were to decide not to sell the little tenth of an acre parcel, then we would have to revise our plan and try to push the access further toward Henley, which is just not a good idea. I don't want to belabor it, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Miller? Okay, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. I do have only 2 cards that are waiving speaking against this item. Ms. Patricia Fernandez and Teresa Ariano. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Helena?
Helena Cormier. I am also on the Lake Asbury Citizens Advisory Council. I was not the chair at the time when this had come through, but I am now. So I just didn't know if y'all had any questions from that, on that aspect, or if you want any explanations on some of the things that, did happen on that meeting.
Is there anyone who had any questions on that? Thank you for your willingness to tell.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you.
Anyone else who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. I'll bring it back. We need to disclose ex parte communication. The only ex parte communication I had on this item was I spoke with a real estate agent who is involved in the deal. All right, so I guess, Jody, you would like us to consider item A is, are we willing to consider changing the zoning of the county-owned parcel?
I
Correct?
think you can take A and B
A
together.
and B together?
I mean, they really go together.
So basically, if we're willing to sell it, we'll change the zoning so that they can use it?
So it can be incorporated as part of the PUD.
Okay, so
And
basically,
just note that under the purchase and sale agreement, if it is a requirement that if their sale doesn't go through, they are responsible for getting it rezoned back out of the PUD.
and do they, if their sale doesn't go through, does it divert back to the county?
Yes, yes, they won't move forward with the purchase and they're required to have it rezoned back to the county out of the PUD.
Got it. Okay, so that's what we're considering. Is everyone clear on that, on what we're considering for A and B? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, so now is the actual consideration of the rezoning of the whole parcel, including the county piece, correct?
Correct, and my understanding is to include deletion of the auto parts.
Correct.
I have another question, sorry. What about car wash? Is that in this?
Yes, that was
Car wash,
included.
I thought was in both of them, was it?
It's certainly in the new one, yeah.
And in other areas in our county, people complain about the noise. And so, I know, I will tell you the wonderful thing I felt about whenever we spoke and what y'all proposed is that you said you listened to people and that really it could have looked, like that, and you wouldn't even thought about having a restaurant. So I appreciate that and I thank you for that. But I am concerned about the car wash deal, and then that's something I didn't think about. So is there anything we can do about that, Mr. Miller? Is that something that really makes or breaks a gas station? I don't think it does, right? I mean, we have so many car washes already.
I mean, I vaguely
She said that there was issue with it.
Am I allowed to step
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously, we are very grateful about the BB3 being reduced and the usages being reduced. I made the recommendation that on the gas station, that if they wanted to add a car wash to the gas station car wash, I had hesitation on that because the Lake Asbury Master Plan, the design out there is just not made for that. And to me, I didn't think that it lined up with the area there, and we have so many on Blanding. But being that we're having the reduction of the usages, I went ahead and still supported the idea, but I do see that, obviously it could still be an issue that that entire other parcel could be a car wash instead of, a restaurant or the other usages or other things that are in there.
So to reiterate, you're saying that they were okay with a gas station, that part having the car wash, small car wash, like attached to a gas station,
They
but yet.
get it tied to the gas station. The rest of the board, the council did not see that that was necessary as much, and they were okay with it being a separate, the commercial component. And so I didn't vote against the project moving forward. That would have been one of the things that I was hesitant, but on the compromise of not having a strip club or different things at BB3, they could have left this at BB3 and kept it at there and not even done this. And I wish it would have just been a car wash that was tied to a gas station that would have been okay versus it being allowed on the commercial component. But we are very grateful for the reduction.
Yes, my mom taught me, it doesn't ever hurt to say it, to ask. So I'm asking, what's y'all's take on that? I mean, because of course you're saying a restaurant is what y'all are proposing, but we all know that what happens a lot of times after a sale.
Can't predict the future, and I understand what you're saying. I mean, there will certainly be a convenience store there because it's on
Right.
the site plan. And I think the applicant's desire is just to have the available uses that potentially could be, whether it's on the car wash, on the convenience store as part of that, or conceivably something separate. But there is a tremendous buffer around this property for the neighbors in terms
Not
of.
on the, not on the east side, the
Well,
east,
there's and certainly on the north, you got the.
but
the
that doesn't help
wetland.
the sound. That doesn't help the noise of a car wash.
Well,
I would ask, oh, I'm okay with it being at the gas station, at the convenience store, but I'd like for it not to be in the back part.
give me a minute.
Thank you.
We certainly know about, I don't know, Commissioner Scarmelo, if you were on the commission when we had a situation in Commissioner Compare's district with a car wash where the blowers were very loud in the neighborhood.
Is it the Gate gas station? I've got a lot of emails. There's one off Blanding that I don't know if I was the only one that ever received complaints, but it was a lot of complaints on it, and it was the sound.
So the one that was in my district, it's the Love Car Wash right off of Royal Pines and Oakleaf Plantation Parkway. And we started getting multiple complaints on it. But then county staff went out and they partnered with the car wash, and they were able to change some of I can't even remember what you were calling it, redirected back onto the car wash property and out onto the road. Howard, if you want to add.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, yeah, it was those pumps, they need to be enclosed. And so Richard Treese and I went out there, we inspected it. And at first we were like, there's no way it could be this loud. And it was. Like, we went out and we drove the neighborhood. And so Sharice contacted the owner, that same type of standard. Because it is noisy. Yep.
And you had one too come up in your district.
Yeah, I did, and so based on, because mine was in the Brandonville Master Plan, hers was actually not, and so we were actually able to change. Sharice, do you remember off the top of your head if we actually changed the language in the Brandonville Master Plan to mimic that a car wash has to have the enclosures? Or we just said we were gonna mimic it in that plan?
No, we rewrote an ordinance, that
I was
allowed
thinking that,
for,
yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
very
based
specific.
on what they did. And so if this comes to where there has to be a car wash on this location, there is precedental ordinance, I'm not even sure I'm using correct terms, but, there's precedence for language.
Well, I know I'm not the only one that receives numerous posts on Facebook, numerous emails about all our county ever has is car washes, Dollar Generals. And, I mean, this is a time that we're asking that we don't have, you know, why do we need another car wash? So that's just another part of this, I feel like.
Point out, the car wash is in the existing PUD.
That's what I thought.
It's a use. And they would rather not eliminate it. But if the answer is, if it's not eliminated, it's not going to be approved, then we'll eliminate it.
There's tons of other stuff you can have there besides a car wash. And we need a restaurant. So that's my motion.
I hear you.
You heard my motion, Dodie. That is what my motion is. No car wash except for the gas station. I'm fine with that. However I don't know if you're able to word it that way.
No standalone, is that?
No standalone car wash on the, yes,
And what was the other, was the, auto parts?
correct.
So that's your motion?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Our consent agenda starts at item number 6 and goes to item number 29. Are there any items that anyone would like to pull for discussion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull item number 7.
Any other items pulled for discussion?
I'd like to pull number 8.
Okay, we have items number 7 and 8. Anything else? All right, I'll entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda minus items number 7 and 8.
I'd like to, go ahead. I'd like to move approval of the consent agenda minus items 7 and 8.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you for sticking around. I know you were waiting on item number 9. Okay. Item number 7, Commissioner Scrumalo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to,
It's Dodie
Dodie.
or Karen.
okay. Okay. So, thank you, Dodie. So some questions that I have regarding this item, a couple things. So I think it's important for the residents of Clay County to see this in action. You know, when they voted last election to approve 0.2 mills for land conservation, this is now the next action step in that, in conservation and land management services. My question is, will this RFP be used only with those funds, or are these services for other properties that are not associated with the Land Conservation Committee?
So the contract, the intent of having this contract is to kind of be able to provide this services on a contracted basis, kind of individually, for properties that either we already own or might acquire outside of the conservation, the Forest and Farms Conservation Program, or properties that we would acquire and manage under that program. So the funding portions would be different. So if it's not part of the Forest and Farms Program, then it's gonna come out of, it might be a grant, I'll let Karen talk more deeply about that, but it would be not part of the 2 mills. The 2 mills is limited to properties that are that are acquired under the Forest and Farms Program.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Dodie explained that just perfect. So there is some other uses we could use the contract for, and we would have to use other funding. But the main agreement would be brought back to the board, and then any task under that would be brought back for review.
And then this,
So it could be that they look at our existing property, like Veterans Park or large tracts of property in other ways. We would just secure them so we have their service on hand as needed.
and then this is an à la carte RFP, so we would only be charged for services that we ask for. Okay, and then the last thing is in my brief, excuse me, one thing that was awesome that I heard was through this and through their evaluations of our properties, we could also find ways to increase revenue through our conserved properties.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
that's good. That's all I got. I wanted to ask those questions.
Madam Chair, good example would be timbering and Veterans Park. That would be a good example. We could use them to tell us how, when, where, and why.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move approval of item number 7.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I would just add that, so one of the things that we found through the Lake Geneva restoration, the original, bid that came back, that, remember, we had delegated that to the city of Keystone Heights. One of the things that came back is a tree is not a tree in the timber world. And so one of the things we may end up finding is that in Veterans Park, we may want to cut down and timber the trees there and not make as much money initially, and then replant for the purpose of timbering. Then you have to, like, they have to limb the trees and things like that so that they grow straighter, right? Trees, they grow straighter so then they can be used for things that generate more revenue, like 2x4s and things like that. So that is one example that could come back to us as a recommendation of, since nothing's been done on this property for 40 years, it may not be initially as worth as much to timber as it could be in the future. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, item number 8. Commissioner Reniger.
Yeah, I just wanted to pull this, I think all the contractors that were interviewed would be adequate. The only question I have is, man, there's a lot of feedback. The only comment I have is the scores are pretty close, 3 to 4 points. And I don't know whether we'd want to, the question to the commission would be, do we want to bring in the top 3 or to brief us or forego that? That's the only question.
I would agree with you that all the contractors that are listed have done multiple projects in Clay County. I guess a question maybe for Karen, the scope of or maybe it's not maybe it is, CMAR, this is a renovation of an existing structure, correct? Are we giving them the site plan, or how does that work?
So we have a firm that's under contract to do the design work. The CMAR comes in and starts working with them typically.
And Commissioner Renger, the reason I ask is usually with presentations, there's an aesthetic difference, a time difference. This is like a renovation of an already existing building, so I don't know. I'd be okay listening to presentations, but it's
I mean, it's a totally different use of the building
Yeah.
for our use, but
right.
but either option would be fine.
I'd like to make a motion that we bring the top 3 in and have them brief us.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and I'm sorry. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries 5-0. So you'll
Do you want
schedule
that
that?
scheduled for the next meeting?
Sure. Is that what you would?
Yeah, next meeting's
Okay.
fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, moving forward to, hold on. Gotta turn
vote
some
on that?
pages. Discussion updates. The progress report on the bonded transportation program. Ed, you probably took a nap over there, but we're finally to you. Thank you.
No naps, just old age, back with. Good evening to the board, through the chair, Ed Dendor, Bond Transportation Program Administrator. With me tonight, Carl Campos with WGI, the owner's representative. Here to update you the progress this team made over the last month. For starting off with project number 1, County Road 218 from Masters Pit to Pine Tree. The county's team in Anderson, Columbia continued their bi-monthly status meetings. They completed the placement of liner material in pond site number 3. They continued the installation of drain structures, pipes, demolition of existing driveways, and continued pavement repairs for driveways, pipes along the south side of the project. Anderson, Columbia continued placing sub-base, curbing, sidewalk, limestone base, and placed tack coat within this area. Paving a new traffic switch is anticipated over the next several weeks. This project is on schedule with 57% paid out and 91% of the time used. For CMAR Group 2, specifically project number 2, County Road 209, traffic continues flowing on the north side east of the railroad tracks, while Superior continued the installation of sub-base and base materials, the installation of storm drain pipes, as well as the installation of curbing and sidewalk on the south side of this section of road. Superior also continued installing storm drain pipes and structures to mid-December. This project is on schedule with 64% paid out and 49% of the time used. For project number 5, excuse me, the team continues to track the U.S. Army Corps permit application through their process while under their review. On October 29th, the team received a draft Section 404 Pro Offer Permit Package. The Corps regulations require us an opportunity to review the terms and conditions prior to final signature. The team has reviewed and provided comment related to the mitigation credits back to the Corps. Once the discrepancy is resolved on the Corps side, we will be able to process the permit and final signatures and obtain final signatures. However, the government furlough now shut down is having an impact on when we will obtain the final signatures. Jacobs is completing the final design for the revised pond location. Once the revised design is complete, WGI will review and finalize wetland impacts so the designer can then request a permit modification. All plan sets will be signed and sealed for the county as soon as the final permits are issued. And for Project 6A, County Road 315, the team is waiting for final issuance of the Corps permit after having submitted updated wetland functional scores and impact quantities. Plans will be finalized, signed, and sealed for the county as soon as the permits are issued. And basically the same permit delays due to the government furlough shutdown applies to 6A as was mentioned for Project 5. For Projects 3A and Project 4, they are complete. CMAR Group 1, Project 3B, connecting the east end of Project 4 and running through the roundabout at County Road 209B. The county, GAI, and Kiewit held our bi-monthly status meetings. Kiewit continued the installation of stormwater structures and pipe, curbing, and sidewalk. The contractor project schedule remains in dispute by Kiewit, and the county. Discussions continued between both parties and hope for resolution. The project is 53% paid out and 111% of the time has been used. Moving on to 6B, Cathedral Oak Parkway is now complete. The county and Superior have worked through a dispute claim for resolution represented in agenda item number 36 earlier. On October 16th, the project received the Regional Merit Award in Transportation from the Florida Design Build Institute of America for the Cathedral Oak Cathedral Oak Parkway project. In support of all this work, WGI continues to work across the entire program spectrum. As of October 7th, the program has expended $142 million. This concludes our update on the bond transportation. Do you have any questions?
Questions for Ed or Carlos? Okay, project update.
Nope, going to go ahead and switch hats now. Good evening. Again, we're reporting on the capital projects, highlighting projects from the 6 directors: Richard Smith, Director of Engineering; Eric Pope, the Director of Public Works; Justin Pierce, the Director of Parks and Rec; Gene Price, the Director of Facilities, Operations, and Maintenance, as well as Eric Jones, the Director of Ground Maintenance, and myself for capital projects. Overall, the county's current project list consists of 262 items. The project data was compiled by Veronica Dang, our capital projects control specialist. In general, 59 of the items are direct purchases, while 49 are furnish and install. 157 are true projects that take into consideration the conceptualization, design, permitting, and final construction of a project. All 262 items equal $182,597,655 in the Workday report. This fiscal year, the Capital Project Department will manage 76 of those projects across multiple departments, accounting for roughly $90 million of the total budget. For the overall status of public safety bonds, so far to date, the county has spent 11.4 million, or 17.5 of the 65 million. And now I'll provide highlights on 6 vertical projects, while Richard will come in afterwards and update you on the horizontal, or the grid and roadway projects. First up, the Animal Service Building. The complex is located on county-owned property located on County Road 220 in Middleburg. The project consists of constructing a 3,200 square foot, single-story animal shelter and care facility. The contractor continues to install the block walls. While they completed the building slab, they installed the chillers and started installing perimeter fence. This project is currently 52% complete. Next, Black Creek Bike Trail Boardwalk repairs. This project is refurbishing roughly 6,700 linear feet of boardwalk along US 17, consisting of replacing stringers, decking, handrail, and in 3 separate sections of the wooden boardwalk. Multiple sections are already complete. Forecast completion for this entire project is at the end of this month. Then on to Oakleaf Library. The library is going to be roughly 13,000 square feet and is in the design phase with our architect Fleshman, Garcia, and Maslowski. The 30% schematic drawings were received and are currently under review. The notice to proceed to provide is being prepared for the construction manager, which is Yvonne Rivers, who will be working with the team on our CMAR Phase 1 agreement by providing professional services on constructability analysis to ensure that the design falls within the construction budget. Currently, the project is on schedule, and the final design is expected summer of 2026. Next up, the build-out of the 4th floor of our courthouse, county courthouse. This project is fully building out and renovating approximately 17,000 square feet of Clay County Courthouse. The scope includes security enhancements to the entrance and exit ways. Construction is approximately 20% complete and is anticipated to complete fall of 2026. And then there is the renovation of Fire Station 14. This project brings a much-needed facelift to the interior of this older station, which consists of remodeling and replacing all cabinetry and appliances, as well as installing new flooring throughout the kitchen, the living quarters, and the common area. This project is 95% complete with just a few final touches to go. And last, for the vertical project highlights, is the demolition, removal, and replacement of Fire Station 18, their front parking lot. There's approximately 4,500 square feet of damaged and deteriorated asphalt and base material in the front parking lot of the station, necessary due to the large trucks entering and leaving the station. This project is 95% complete. With that, I'll go ahead and turn over the microphone and floor to Richard, and he'll update you on the horizontal.
Good evening. This will be our final update probably for our County Road 220 at Lakeshore Drive Safety Improvement Project. This is probably the most called on project my first 6 months of being here in 2020. So it took a while. The DOT grant began around 8 years ago, and the good news is we're finishing 75 days ahead of schedule, which is probably easy to do with an 8-year project, but we did it. The expected final completion, they're working on it now. Due to the weather that's come in, you gotta pave at 40 degrees and rising. It's gotta be 40 degrees at the plant. So if it's not 40 degrees, some small sidewalk work to do in the northwest corner to kind of blend the federal and state project with our local project. That'll start as soon as this is over. Again, a hat tip to Besham Smith Civil Group. They've done an excellent job on this, and we'll look at recognize them later possibly. On the shifting west on 220, the outer lanes of 220 west of Henley will begin paving again this week as the weather permits, as the temperatures get up. What that is you'll see the sidewalks are built where the new store is coming, even down, Ed, you mentioned the substance disorder. That building is on that area. That'll be completed. That'll be worked on this week. So there's gonna be some definite progress out there, which comes with delays. Use caution. A lot of women and men will be working in the area, so go slow. The bridge is ahead of schedule. We will get paving on that part of Henley, that part of County Road 220 beginning in the first week of December, if again, weather permitting. So there will be some paving you'll see down there between the Joe Johns Road area. That's finishing up. The dirt road paving projects, with Melrose Road, Sesame Street, and North Road up in Maxville, along complete, they're striped. There's some minor punch list items going on with sodding and such. We'll start our dirt road paving operations in April of '26. Again, that's a warm weather sport. You've got to have good weather, high temperatures to do it. Live Oak Lane and the Greenway Trail project out in the old Jennings Road area. Paving is scheduled for the first week of December, up to the visitor center. The road should be paved by then. We're coordinating some final utility relocations with Clay Electric, and that project is the ICO with the earlier work you saw going on at ICO. Was pleased to announce that they're actually using, it's a 4-lane road. It's also nice, they showed a picture of Niagara. That's the road section that we'll have as a final road there. 4 lanes with a median, and they are using the eastern 2 lanes that have been complete, or not completed, but they're complete enough for them to shift the construction traffic onto it. Some final utilities are being put in with AT&T right now, and that should wrap up again in the summer of '26. Shifting over to the DOT update, if you drive the 220-17 area, you notice there has been some progress made. We still don't have a completion date, but slowly but surely they're finishing up the individual task. So we should be wrapped up on that, or DOT should wrap it up in the next 6 weeks, I'd say at the most. They still have not commenced the work between the Black Creek Bridge in front of the building here, south to Oak Street. That's unknown reasons, but they haven't changed the project completion date. The Blanding Boulevard Wells Road intersection, I'm not fielding as many calls as we did earlier. It's on schedule to be completed in the summer of '26. The one thing I can add to that is we do have the purchase order through our resurfacing for this year, for our fiscal year. We will be resurfacing the Orange Park Northway, which is about 1,200 feet of the ring road that is county right-of-way in the old Sears area going up to the Dillard's driveway. So that'll give folks that choose to use the mall as a detour a better road to drive on there. That will commence, again, about the first week out there. It's sporadic, just be aware if you're in that area. Possible lane closures and detours. And any questions on the roads?
Questions for Ed or Richard on any of those?
Racetrack, what are we doing? When does that start? The racetrack road?
Which road?
Racetrack?
Well, we're not gonna go into St. Johns County with the budget.
No, not
That's
racetrack.
Radar Road.
Radar Road, that's what I meant. Radar Road.
I would, we'd probably.
Yeah, talk about the.
Radar Road is, I can't say much about it because we haven't, I'll let Karen defer to that. But as far as the design portion of it, it's still in the cone of silence on contractors. As far as design portion on it, we had some utility issues. We think they've been improved. I haven't spoken to Pastor McDonald yet, missed a call from him today, or he missed my call. I'll try him tomorrow to see if I can get further information on the acceptance of it.
Utilities meaning electric?
Meaning what we were exposing on, yes, sir, on the Clay Electric utility relocation. I did find out those wires are in their permanent configuration now, and they're energized. So we do have a cost to, if it needs to be adjusted, we have a cost to discuss, so.
Well, I'm getting conflicting reports that they're bad and they're good, so I don't know what your conversation today was.
Only report I can tell you is it's completed, so evaluate what's there now.
Okay.
Other questions for Richard or Ed?
Not a question, just a comment. Richard, while you're here, because I don't know how much longer the meeting's gonna last, I wanted to say thank you so much for Pine Ridge and meeting the need there. The phone calls have stopped.
Well,
appreciate you.
the good news is the phone calls we've gotten, well, what Commissioner Cabrera is referring to is we're in the midst of a stop sign warrant study to put in a four-way stop where there's always been, stopping the minor traffic from Tynes Boulevard or stopping Pine Ridge and having Tynes flow. We've got enough data that I feel confident as a county engineer. I've written a memo to file basically saying we're going forward. In case we ever get questioned about it, it'll be in the file as well. But we're gonna go ahead and put those in next Monday. What I was gonna say, the calls have been positive when we put up video boards saying four-way stop sign coming soon. I expected some, yeses and nos, pretty much all positive calls on they were ready for it.
Yeah, I like those calls. I don't mind those. Those were not the ones and the county action was swift and attentive. And so all of the positive feedback that the county is getting is because of your attention to detail and moving at their direction with precision also. And so I say thank you. I didn't want to miss the opportunity while you're giving your update because there were so many factors baked into that experience, and what the county could handle and what the county had within their purview, we handled, and your team did it very well.
Thank you very much.
I have one other question for the Wells Road 17, the two-lane left turn going north. Is that our responsibility?
No, sir. Again, the message I delivered, and I did not check it when I was up there last night, but it was supposed to be complete.
It was supposed to be. I haven't checked it either.
What we have talked about doing, and I want to kind of get your input on this idea, that a major component of that improvement was not to just make people at Wells Road and 17 angry. It was to divert that traffic
Eldridge.
that needed to go to Jacksonville and to 295. There's one sign with a I-295 shield right by the Holiday Inn at that light, pointing you that direction. We're making signage now to add it as you approach the intersection, 500, 1,000 feet before, to let drivers know, because we've had very angry calls, fix it, put it back.
Yeah.
And Jesse Burford, our Deputy Director of the Traffic Signals Department, said, you can use Eldridge now. And the guy actually called him back and said, thank you, because we'll use some engineering school words now. You're basically taking the hypotenuse. So you're taking a right angle, and DOT put that hypotenuse in, and now you can use that and get on 295 and save not only the wait at the Wells Road light, but probably about a quarter of a mile to a half mile in distance.
Right.
So DOT we're gonna help them get folks there more efficiently.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? Thank you, guys. Thank you. Karen?
Good afternoon again. Here to give you a brief on the status of some of our bids that are out right now, and then what we anticipate putting out over the next 2 months by the end of the year. Moody Park National Fitness Campaign slab, we received 3 bids, and those are under review, so you'll see that coming back to you soon. Old Jennings and Long Bay traffic signal and intersection improvements, we received 7 bids, and those are under review. Omega Park CCUA connection, that bid is out, and they're due to open November 21st. Construction of Radar Road that we just discussed, those are due back the same time, November 21st. We did have 17 contractors attend the pre-bid, so we're getting a few questions in, but we don't anticipate having to change the date, and we're super excited to have that many attend the pre-bid. So bids that we're working on that should be going out here shortly is the agronomic services for our county parks, tile replacement at the county jail, the Lake Geneva bid that we talked about earlier today. That should be going out this Thursday. So Clay County Public Safety physicals, so that's physicals for our public safety department. It's going out to bid. preventative generator maintenance, construction, engineering, and inspection for the Sun Trail project, the fire alarm upgrade at the county jail, our continuing engineering services that'll include planning and designing. That's for our continuing contracts. We have a CDBG rehab project on Sap Lane. We have public safety storage sheds. We have uniform rental and cleaning service for countywide, debris removal, and stormwater pond mowing. So quite a few on our list that we're working through and anticipate having them out by the end of this year.
Thank you. Any questions for Karen? Perfect, thanks, Karen.
Thank you.
All right, stormwater utility analysis, Troy.
So Mark can come over here, correct?
I think you all received a copy of the presentation.
We did. Mark, if you want to come to this desk, you're welcome to. Wherever you're more comfortable.
Did you receive a copy, Dr. Burke?
You're fine. Yeah, if you just want to press that green, press the red, it will turn green.
So, at your last meeting, we talked about the process for implementing a stormwater utility assessment. So that's what we're going to go through. Mark's here from Jones Edmonds in case you have any specific technical questions that I can't answer. Why a stormwater fee? Clay County stormwater system is facing aging infrastructure growth and increased regulatory mandates. Currently, it's funded through the general fund, which isn't sustainable long-term. A stormwater utility will establish a dedicated funding source, support maintenance, capital reinvestment and compliance, and build resiliency against flooding and environmental degradation. If there's any questions, feel free to stop us along the way. Next, kind of an overview of the project. Again, Jones Edmonds would be undertaking the project if approved tonight, with Raftellus doing some of the analysis and the rate work. The duration of the project would be from November 25 to implementation in September of 26. Major deliverables include stormwater rate modeling, the draft of the ordinance and assessment roles, public workshops, implementation support, and then, of course, at the end, inclusion on the 2026 property bills. Scope summary, 8 major tasks, project management, data collection, financial analysis, really looking at, what we spend the money, how we spend it currently, the exemption and mitigation process, looking at our cost over 10 years. All of that'll go into determining a rate structure and a revenue model. And then we'll work toward how to apply that to your property tax assessment, produce the ordinance, and do workshops and presentations throughout the process. Key technical components, it's a data-driven approach. It's going to look at property appraiser data and assess based on, the size of the property, the impervious surface. We'll look at different rate models. We've talked about a tiered model for residential and, again, impervious surface for commercial. We are going to take a look at runoff coefficients. So, looking at the areas that have large parcels that, may have a house that doesn't really contribute directly to the stormwater system or that is contributing 100% to the runoff. And then the outcome, of course, would be an equitable, transparent, and most importantly, legally defensible structure, aligned with Florida statutes. Here's the project timeline. The key for this timeline tonight is if you choose to move forward, this starts at your note. We would do that at the December 9th board meeting, correct? Because you have to advertise for 4 consecutive weeks. And we have to do that before January 1st. And then the rest of your meetings, you'll have kickoff data collection, progress meetings, the analysis. It'll come back to you as a board, for workshops in the April-June timeframe. Of course, there'll be some workshops and presentations to make sure we're transparent with what's going on. The proposal includes clear constant communication with the county and the citizens, and consistent public involvement. And then lastly, you know, if you decide to move forward tonight with the next steps, we've worked with Jones Edmonds. The contract value is about $148,000. The next steps tonight would be, we would ask you to authorize execution of the contract and allow the county manager to execute that contract due to the timing of trying to get this underway. You would adopt a resolution of intent in December, and then the project would really kick off in December. So that's kind of a high level, trying to keep it clear and concise for tonight, since I know we're at, you know, running late. Mark, is there anything you wanted to add to the presentation, or at this point, I guess open for questions, comments?
Questions for Troy or Mark? Commissioner Reniger.
Troy, I understand we did a study like this in 2019.
We did not do a study like this. We did an internal analysis in 2019 led by your former county engineer. They, and if I remember right, it was a internal analysis, came back with a flat fee per parcel, because this would have been a GIS-based analysis, and that was where I came from. So I don't remember us ever doing it to this level. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that answers my question.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Mark or for Troy? Sure.
How long ago, do we know how long ago?
Mark, hit your button. There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, you're on.
Orange Park, we did that stormwater utility, and that was, you might have, is that
2006 or 2010 or something like that.
Oh, wow.
We did an update.
Oh, you did an update.
Cove was just a few years ago.
Mhm. Yes.
So basically, everybody's beginning to suffer from outdated utility, yeah.
Yeah, we're just completing one. We just completed one in St. Augustine Beach. City of St. Augustine has one. Jacksonville Beach is adopting one. Atlantic Beach. So a lot of the coastal communities and riverine communities are dealing with a lot of challenges, unfunded mandates.
Nassau, I thought Nassau is moving forward with something, maybe an analysis.
Mark, you may know, you may not, but based on their Orange Park study, didn't they receive a $7 million grant recently? You know?
They did, and the stormwater utilities will typically help you in your grant pursuits. It used to be a requirement from St. Johns River Water Management District, if, you know, when it helped you in your scoring, and so it varies by grant type, but it certainly helps to be able to bring those matching funds to the table.
We heard tonight, I didn't even know about it until I came on the commission, but that road is only 2 feet above flood stage or high tide stage. So when we get a high tide, king tide, it floods. And so the solution for that, from a layman's perspective, is you gotta raise the road. And that's, quite honestly, one of the things Orange Park's doing is, looking at raising roads. And that is expensive. So, but without the engineering to the analysis, request grant funding and stuff, that, you just need that background in order to compete for grant funds, so. But we have the property off 218 and Blanding is another property where we know we have flooding in there, so.
Typically, the Water Management District is sort of the standard for achieving compliance, but a lot of communities will take one step further and really evaluate those drainage plans and look at the modeling themselves, and potentially, if you were to move forward with this utility long-term, it might give you more resources.
One last comment, and I'm reading through the study, and what I haven't gotten clear in my mind is the stormwater quality. Can you speak to that, the upcoming or futuristic anticipated requirement?
Has adopted a new statewide stormwater rule, which now traditionally you had presumptive criteria, which said you could size. You saw probably that little rectangular pond that was sized to meet certain criteria based upon how much impervious area. The new statewide stormwater rule requires it has a higher standard to basically meet pre versus post for the amount of nutrients. So your new site, as you develop it, must discharge less nutrients than or equal to typically the existing site. And so that is a new standard that's been adopted through DEP and now is being enforced by the Water Management District for permits effective about like in a month from now. So if you haven't gotten your ERP, so a lot of people are racing right now to try to get their permits, because after this time, it's going to be more costly because you'll need treatment trains to be able to achieve water quality. So you won't just be able to have a wet detention pond with a weir and an overflow. You'll have to have other means to achieve it. And then beyond that, I think we've heard some talk about septic to sewer. Every new septic tank that comes into the county brings a nutrient load that goes into a budget that the DEP uses and loads the St. Johns River with. They're going through a reevaluation process of the total maximum daily loads for nitrogen and phosphorus of the St. Johns River. And so in the past year, the county achieved a lot of its requirements through work with CCUA and upgrades of water treatment plants and things, but there'll probably be new requirements from a water quality perspective that will require the county to mitigate for, unfortunately, a lot of the septic tank permits that the DOH has approved. They come into your, and they're regulated through your NPDES MS4 permit. So I could go on, but I think that might address some of your question.
What I recall is today and in the past, we've discharged stormwater into St. Johns River. And in the future, we may have to treat it before we discharge stormwater into the St. Johns River due to enhanced requirements.
Correct. I mean, you'll be penalized for all the septic tanks. That's now, moving forward, you're supposed to have advanced tanks.
Question. So just to reiterate, since it's been a little bit, how many millions of dollars are we behind in our stormwater projects? Like, is it 15 million or more than that?
I think it was closer to 30 million.
30
We have no budget. We have no budget to do any of that, and we need to be doing at least $15 million per year.
Well, there's two sides to it. Remember, before was it you need about 5 million a year to
5 million a year.
do repairs and maintenance on your existing system, and we're budgeting about 2. So every year we're running about $3 million deficit in the repairs and maintenance side. That's not even counting the capital side that you don't have budgeted.
Okay.
And to clarify, that's mostly water quantity related.
Considering today.
So for clarity, all we're considering tonight is an amendment to the Jones Edmonds contract to allow the step. Thank you. Sorry, Eric. All we're considering tonight is an amendment to the Jones Edmonds can sign.
Well, and also,
And the
authority just to do the notice of intent.
Sure.
Which doesn't obligate you to anything, but it's just, we have to do that.
We have to publish that.
Can, just for clarity, Karen, would it be an amendment or is it a separate contract? I just want to make sure. An amendment, okay. Thank you.
Okay. So are
Be
there,
$8,000 too. That's another commitment we're making to this effort. So just so, if we don't move further, we committed to $150,000.
I'll just make make a comment, piggybacking what you just said, Commissioner Renninger. One of the things I think the commission really needs to decide is what is our core function of government, and that is one of our core functions. Public safety, infrastructure, and this falls right in that infrastructure piece along with roads. So sometimes we have to make tough decisions, and if that means reducing funding in other areas or whichever we decide to do, this is something that is becoming a critical mass situation.
And I bring that up simply because I lived through this once, and it's a pretty significant lift.
It is, but you know, you look at, I would argue from a public safety standpoint, and you were not on the commission at this time. I don't know that Commissioner Compare was, but when we had the emergency in the Pine Ridge, I think it was, area.
And
you
Moody
know,
Avenue.
but in Pine Ridge, like, they were worried about houses falling in. And so, and it turned out to be $1 million emergency that didn't need to happen. Right, I don't remember what it would have cost to
what?
fix it, but it wasn't anywhere near that if we had done it ahead of time.
And just to add to what you said, Commissioner Scrumo, the two men that spoke about Cedar Road, I mean, they are saying, why isn't the county doing anything? We've called. We can't. I mean, we don't have the money, you know? And so just like you said, they expect us to.
Just say, in their instance, I'm not sure raising the road is gonna solve their problem because their houses are really, really low. I don't think that those houses would be permitted today, and that's not the county's responsibility.
And the tide is raising. I mean, it's definitely, if you live on the river or at the creek, you know it.
I mean, that's between them and their insurance company and their title company.
Well,
Like, that's not,
So what is our responsibility is emergency response.
sure.
And without the infrastructure to get to their house, you can't provide that, and that is our responsibility. You're right, we can't do anything about their homes, because their homes are low as well.
Right. All right, so is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to, contract with Jones Edmonds and give the county manager authority to sign the documents.
Okay, thank you, we have a
And-
second.
Can you include the,
And the
Move
advertisement.
forward
And-
with the notice of intent.
And include the notice of intent.
thank you.
Okay. And we have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Only a comment. As I'm understanding it, the direction that we're taking is definitively going to result in us making a decision whether to assess a fee on Clay County residents concerning stormwater utility being assessed. But it's, to your point, it's not necessarily that we are agreeing to a fee at this juncture. It's that we're looking to apply $148,000 to a study that is going to determine how much to cost them concerning stormwater infrastructure in Clay County. Okay, I just want the public to be so aware of what this is, primarily because the trajectory here is an assessment. The trajectory here is an assessment. So was this conversation the last time we were here to request a proposal, invariably towards an assessment. There's no two ways about it. The study is going to determine how much to tax you for your stormwater infrastructure. So, such that there's clarity, I don't want there to be any confusion moving forward as to what it is we're engaging in here.
Well, I would object to if you're about to vote no on doing this study and your intent is to say to the public that if we vote yes on this analysis, that we are voting to tax them or cause a fee or anything. I think that is, I just don't think they're the same.
I didn't say, no, that's not my contention.
Because I want the public to know, I support doing the analysis. I'm not sure I'll vote for it. But if it's a matter of a sliding scale, because that's what the issue was before. When it was the $60 and it was applied to everyone across, it was the conversations were that it wasn't fairly applied. But time has passed. We have a lot of places that are having flooding issues. We had 2 different places in our 2 different districts discussed tonight. The tenor you were taking with that statement, I just want it to be clear to the public that just because a commissioner votes yes to do the analysis tonight does not mean their intention is to charge the fee. It's that we need to understand what models could be because we've been made aware of a $30 million plus issue that we don't have the funding for.
Maybe my tone carries that weight, but my position remains the same. I did not conflate the issue here. Moving in this direction is us assessing what costs to apply to each parcel in Clay County concerning stormwater. I'm not saying that, I think I qualified very clearly. I did not conflate, I did not confuse. Moving in this direction is us taking a look at what to assess each parcel. There's no two ways about that. So when we had the conversation a couple of weeks ago, Madam Chair, your question was, well, is there a legal jeopardy in moving, not moving in this direction? Should we know if the county is on the hook in order for us, because of the information that's come back from this study? Dare I say it, regardless of what comes back from the study, I heard from legal that you're not really, we're not protecting the county by moving in this direction. But what I'm saying is, to your point, I'm not comfortable moving with a trajectory of assessing or figuring out what the assessment should be, primarily because there haven't been many conversations about what it's. I know that in my conversations with Assistant County Manager Nagel, the conversation right now is that we're allocating $2 million to this. But we were presented with a sheet tonight of almost, what was it, $180-something million of projects that we're currently, here it is, $182,500,000, almost $600,000 of projects, the budgets for these different departments. I'm like, okay, but this is the same conversation I had about a year ago with a completely separate conversation, completely unrelated, and the pushback that I got was, well, you are not looking at this holistically. I was like, okay, that's fair. If I'm not looking at this holistically, here is the operating, here are the departments, here are the coinciding budget. I'm looking for a conversation, if we are really serious about addressing stormwater and the cost, why not do a holistic look at the budget? A holistic view, because it was really a $50 million, at least the number that I was given was $50 million to address this concern. $30 million of projects that we had no idea about, and then Eric Pope's list of things that we did know about. But I think that looking at this in a vacuum is not the best approach. And so for me, I don't object to you wanting to move in this direction. I just would have done it differently, which is why, as one commissioner, I'm not voting for it. As one commissioner, I'm not voting for it because I think that maybe we could have had a conversation that looked more like, okay, so this is very serious. We know that other communities across the state are dealing with the same thing. We're not unique, I get that. But there wasn't a conversation about could chip away at the bottom line. I'm not saying that we can find $30 million in our budget. That's not realistic. I understand that we have a lot of priorities. But as one commissioner, all I'm saying is I object to maybe the process, not necessarily as having to move in this direction. I don't want there to be any confusion about what exactly it is that I'm objecting to.
I think there still can be the analysis that you're talking about in conjunction with this. That's where I objected. I objected to the automatic assumption that by voting for this, we are voting to tax our residents. That's not what this is.
That's
but
not
there
what I'm
is
saying
a
it
process that you have to follow if you are going to pursue it. And so often we are behind the 8 ball. And going back to another tax, if you want to go back to that, my objection to the utility tax was that we had talked about it and there was less than 8 weeks that the public knew about it. This process is built into $30 million in our budget because we have a state legislature right now that wants to eliminate property taxes, and they're also telling people, but you still have to fund law enforcement, but you still have to fund the school district. And so if they add on public safety to that, which is the fire department when they talk about that, that is half to meet services. And if somebody's house, I don't remember if you were on the board then, but when the person came and they were scared to death that their house in Pine Ridge was gonna fall in, they didn't care where we you know, about the budget and the way you did. I felt like what you were saying was that if we vote yes for this study, which is $148,000 in the scheme of things to figure out what we really should be doing to fund this, is not a lot of money. If we can figure out a better way to assess our residents or not assess our residents, a better way to fund it. Some of this is part of, Troy said, part of pursuing grants and things. And I think Mark said that we would mean we're moving in the trajectory of this. That's what was done in the past. That's what, when Dale Smith was the county engineer, they did do. They didn't go through the analysis. And I think that's what Commissioner Reniger was asking earlier.
Right.
This comprehensive study has never been done in the county. But that's just a difference of opinion.
Right, but when we were having this conversation 2 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, we were presented with 3 different options. When Jones Edmond came, Brian was the one who made the presentation. I think that it would have been more consistent with what I'm looking for, truly, if that conversation, I don't know that we can do that. Then we talked about funding from grants. That was also another option that was presented to us during those presentations. And then we were told maybe a combination of those things would be the third option. I think that, Howard, if you can chime in, was there a fourth option, or was it in fact the combination between going back to our budget and funding through grants?
Oh, it finally came on. Madam Chair, if I may, there were options that were out there, and one of the options was to do nothing, was just to take the Jones Edmonds master plan study, and now we have it, and go forward from there.
Been interesting, maybe even, in my opinion, maybe more edifying that the conversation about what all of our options were had taken place. But that conversation went in a very sure direction. Let's go ahead and move forward with Jones Edmonds bringing back a proposal to the commission. And their proposal would be to move forward with this, that they would present to us this rate structure determination and implementation plan. So we didn't really discuss what it would look like to continue to pursue grants. We didn't look at what potentially we could look into in our budget to supplement, because right now, as I understand it, the way that we're moving forward is whatever budgetary constraints that we have is going to be what they use about this. But it was the same conversation that we had collectively on a board, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, on a different project. And the pushback was, well, the money isn't there. But we are under budget constraints. I'm not living under a rock. We've had quite a bit of discussions this year about budget constraints, but we did not have those conversations about how much potentially we could partner with the state, because the biggest issue that I have is that Clay County is not unique. And it's the conversation that I've been having tonight on repeat. Clay County is not unique to these problems. And so stormwater is something, in my conversation, I learned that it was a regional problem, but really it's more like a statewide problem because of the initiatives that are happening, that we're hearing about coming out of Tallahassee. So maybe a broader conversation is what I'm looking for, not necessarily a step in this direction. But I have to say that as one commissioner, I must say that that's what I'm looking for. I'm not commenting on whatever approach you find to be appropriate. That's your prerogative. But mine is, well, maybe there could have been a more robust conversation about what this looks like, because this analysis is giving us a figure. And we know that. We know that. Not necessarily that we're going to vote to assess a figure. I thought I said that very clearly before, maybe I didn't. I'm not saying that we're voting tonight to assess a figure. I'm saying we're voting tonight to find out what that figure is.
I guess what I'm wondering is why you think they can't be done at the same time. Because when you say 4 weeks ago, we didn't look at the budget, we approved a budget in September that we can't change now. This is for these 12 months. But as we are moving through this analysis, we will begin budgeting for next year, and everything is up for grabs then. So why couldn't we do both concurrently? Because my point is, if you don't move forward on this before December 31st, you can't consider this for next year's budget. But you can look at this and say, I'm gonna go a different direction when we start budgeting in the spring for 26, 27. But we cannot, once we approve the budget in those 2 public hearings, we can't go make wholesale changes to the budget in the form that we approved for 25, 26. Every department has, we funded the sheriff's department, we funded public safety. We have to put that in those buckets. And so we can do both at the same time.
That's not the timeline I was given. That's not my understanding, that this would be complete at the same time that we would be having conversations about the budget next year.
It won't be complete, but I think, through the chair, if I may, I think the chair's point is, this is a 10-month process, set by statute, statutorily set, this is a 10-month process. We can't, if you wait until January and say, hey, the budget's looking like this, I want to go implement a stormwater study, you're now
Into 27. No, I understand
you're at
that
the end of
part.
27, so
Yes.
you'd almost be 24 months out at that point before you could implement this fee structure. By cost determining rate model based on this is going to come back in the April timeframe, April-May timeframe. So you're going to be right in your budget. And I think to what both of you are saying is, we're going to have an analysis done. It's going to say, hey, if you want to generate $20 million, and I'm just using a number, $20 million, it's going to cost you X per residential unit. Doesn't mean you have to do $20 million. It could be, hey, we're going to cut that rate in half and only generate $10 million. We're going to find the other $10 million in our budget. I do think the two things work simultaneously with each other. And unfortunately, there's a third leg out there, and that's going to be, at that same time, you're going to be figuring out what the state's going to be. Also going to be waiting to see what the state does, because if they put on a ballot to cut some of the numbers I've seen of $30 million from our budget, if all that stuff passes, that's, we're going to have to be preparing for that. So I think they all work together. The timeline will be something, and maybe that's what we know.
I was given. We weren't going to be getting the empirics to make that decision simultaneously. That wasn't what I was quoted. So when we're talking about moving in this direction, you bring up a very interesting point. In that we're going to be looking at multiple moving parts that invariably impact our budget come November of next year. But we're going to end up having to make a decision about our budget in September. So for me, all of these, I'm not going to belabor the point. I find that, I'm not going to belabor. I think that this conversation was very clear, and also just pointed. It was pointed, and really, dare I cut the tension, this is actually what I was looking for 4 weeks ago, because we didn't have, I just felt like we were moving in a direction to get a proposal, but we didn't talk about the impacts. We didn't talk about the timeline. And I was just like, okay, but far be it for me to be well, I shouldn't say, but if the general consensus is let's just go ahead and move forward with the proposal, then what's the point of asking for all of those details to come forward? But tonight, I think, satisfies this one commissioner in moving, knowing full well that that all of these parts may or may not be congruent as far as the timeline's concerned. And I know that you're pointing to this, but those
model done in the April timeframe, April to June is the rate ordinance workshop. That fits right in with your budget hearings and usually your budget workshop. Your first decision point as a board to continue moving forward would be in that May, June timeframe, and then your second decision as a board to move forward would be in that August, September timeframe. So you do have multiple times when you can adjust, to your point. And I think it also fits in the April, in line with your budget and in line with whatever's going on at the state level. And whatever other unknowns we don't know yet.
Commissioner Scarmolo, did you have your?
Yeah, yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to say, Commissioner Compere, I understand your want for a broad process. And I don't think we would be doing our job if we're not looking at it as an extremely broad process. The purpose of the study, look at, and that's the purpose of this, because there's multiple moving parts, as we've talked about, but really, what we have to decide is, as a commission, if we want to strategically realign our priorities. That's what this is going to come down to, is what is the blocking and tackling you want to do as a county commission? Do you want to fund quality of life things? I talk to Troy all the time about the budget, and it depends on, and that's something that we're going to have to decide, is how we want to do that. This study is a tool to help you through that process, and feel as a consensus is the best assessment. That's also something you could do. So I just think that we've heard for many, many meetings, and like I said, the last meeting we talked about stormwater. For me, in my district, this is without a doubt a pressing issue and something that we're going to have to act on in some way, shape, or form. And the more data we have to make that decision, the better off we're going to be, and the smarter decision we're going to be able to make for the future. So I just wanted to sum that all up.
Is that your motion?
Commissioner Redeker? We already had it. We had a motion in a second.
I just want to add that this is not a silver bullet, i.e. Orange Park has a stormwater fee, and they still don't have enough. So they're looking at grants, they're looking at general funds, they're looking at all sources. So you can't charge through a fee enough money to fix the stormwater problem in Clay County. You can't do it. But it's one of your tools. And so today we don't have the tool, and thus we're in the situation we're in today. So, but without a professional, instead of the back of the envelope, which I think we did in 2019, now we're going to have an official, professional look at this to give us ammunition to go forward or not, so I'm for it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Redeker, a second by Commissioner Scarmolo. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Item, Chair.
Hey, is there a possibility we might be able to go to 34 first? She's been, the rep has been waiting.
Summer? Yeah.
Yeah.
Poor Summer,
Would that be
we making
okay?
her stay up late.
I think the net 33 might take a little.
Okay,
bit,
so
maybe.
we're gonna skip forward to item number 34, approval of the Jacksonville Transportation Authority to continue to serve as the Community Transportation Coordinator for Clay County.
So this is your, Summer, do you want to present it, or?
I don't have any presentation.
I got
can speak to it.
Yeah, you can speak to it.
Okay, so currently, I'm Summer Jones. I'm the Northeast Florida Regional Council Transportation Disadvantage Coordinator. And currently, JTA is the transportation provider. They're on a 1-year extension. So currently, they are looking to extend that. Now, I do know right now, I guess the county has done a 3-year extension, and I guess for the CTC, they're wanting to do the 3-year as well. But according to the state, it has to be a 5-year extension. At the 3-year mark, if there's something that comes up where they want to switch providers, we could take a look and see what options are available.
So just to clarify, that doesn't commit you financially to anything past the 3-year contract you're in. That just says that JTA will be your CTC for the next 5 years, if that's the choice. The separation.
For Summer, we appreciate all you do, Summer. You really do a great job for us. All right, so I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioners declaring the honorary designation of College Drive in Clay County, Florida as the Charles James Kirk Memorial Drive. And this is under old business, so I'll entertain motion or discussion.
I'll open conversation. I personally would like to defer this pending what the state's solution to this problem is, because they've, till after the state identifies exactly what their requirements are.
Are you referring to the bill that's been filed and that would require certain?
Colleges, college designation roads and such. And quite honestly, there's been quite a bit of communication about the appropriateness of this as well. And Charlie Kirk was, I think, a spokesman for the younger generation, and a generation I may not be part of, so I'd like to do a little more research personally.
Okay, is that a motion to defer?
I'll make a motion to defer.
Okay.
I'll add on what we heard in public comment. I'm a Christian. I am definitely against division. And, you know, I felt like I heard one lady said that she didn't know who Charlie Kirk was. And, you know, so I'm just kind of shocked by what was said. And I just would like whoever that's listening to know that I am against evil. I'm against anything that hurts anyone. And so I just wanted to say that. So anyway, that's my wording, but I'm for deferring also.
Is that a second?
Yes.
Okay. I shared your, yeah, when I heard those things, I certainly would never want to be divisive. I know a number of the people who came and spoke tonight were my constituents, and I want them to know that I represent everyone in my district. So I was surprised too, because I had heard a lot of positives from a number of constituents as well. So any other discussion anyone wants to have?
I just want to make a comment. You know, I think that our world's changed a lot in the past 10, 15 years. And one thing that I would challenge people to do is get your media from multiple facets. I think and that's for many reasons. I think a lot of people might hear a soundbite. We had a lady tonight who apologized for an AI video that I appreciate your perspective. Charlie Kirk is my generation. And people like him have inspired young people to get involved in the process of government. And I have a different perspective. I believe that he was the type of person that brought people together with differing views and was able to have professional dialogue. Now, would media outlets tell you that? Of course they wouldn't, right? Because this has to do with politics. So with that being said, I just want to say, do your own research sometimes, and because if you only hear one side of the story, you may not hear the full story. So.
Well, we have. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're right. I also can appreciate Commissioner Riniger's take. I am also one of Charlie Kirk's peers, at least generationally. He's a year younger than me, or would have been. And I also have to echo the sentiment that when I was following this on social media, there were quite a few people, and dare I say it, people who look like me, who went and did research on what was all the fanfare, why would somebody be recognized in this way. And a lot of what was popping up on my social media was I was only getting part of the story. And so I don't fault anybody who came here tonight to say, like, this was a very divisive person. I don't fault them primarily because I'd be willing to bet. So I echo your sentiments, Commissioner Scarmolo. I, on multiple fronts, had to be like, okay, let me go find the original. Let me go see the whole thing. Who's puppeteering right now, because I don't want to be. I thought that this was for the Browns
naming the road. We're not naming the road. The road will still be College Drive. This is a memorial sign, even though that could also drive up feelings in some residents, but we are not renaming College Drive, and we all agreed upon that we didn't believe renaming the road was appropriate.
A road, it was not at the time that whoever staffer wrote the bill, College Drive was not the one they identified. They identified what we have named Thrasher Horn Boulevard or whatever that is. But yeah, certainly.
So I didn't object to the memorial signs that were going up. I would be happy to support a pause to see what the state's going to do as far as renaming the roads, but I don't object to what we were looking to accomplish tonight. Because I think there's a distinction there. They're not the same thing. And I would be in favor of moving forward with what we plan to do tonight, not the misunderstanding.
Okay.
So we need to finish the motion.
Yeah, we
Yeah, we
have
still
a
have to-
motion and a second to defer. And your motion still stands, your second still stands?
That was yours.
No, yeah, it was Kristen.
Okay. All right, so we will vote on deferral of the resolution. Is that what your motion was?
Correct.
Okay, deferral of the resolution.
Pending the state identification, what their requirements are.
Okay,
Just, you know, because they could say, we're gonna name College Drive, you know, and then, I don't know what they're gonna say. They could, who knows?
Because right now, we think it's a street on the college campus,
It's
correct?
on, today, it's on the college, on the
it's the
campus.
Thrasher Horn. It's that specific road. What they did was they took a map of the whole state, all of the colleges and universities, and they picked a road. And that's the only road on St. John's River State campus that is named currently. There's not, that back road is not named. And so, okay. I'm torn because I could go either way. Like, I don't, like, the naming of the road is different than the memorial designation. And I too agree with you about news sources and things out there. I do agree with you also that I don't want to be divisive in our community. And I agree that there have been great people who have contributed to Clay County in very historic ways that we don't have current memorial designations for, that probably deserve it. In fact, y'all hear me talk about all the time up here, Sheriff Jennings Marie, and that there's nothing and he's the longest serving sheriff in the county and was a county commissioner, and there's no honoring of him. So I understand both sides. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to defer. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so motion carries 3-2. So for the sake of argument, we're deferring it. We need to choose when we're deferring it to, Courtney? Or,
No, you don't have to because it wasn't a public hearing. So you can just bring it back, whoever can,
okay.
whenever.
We don't know when the state's going to decide.
So I think that I would like to bring it back and reconsider it though if, when there's movement on the bill. So like if the bill, like for instance, if the bill fails in committee, which we should know pretty soon here because session starts in January, then I would rather reconsider this then. That would be our own thing.
Right, it's after the state decides, then I'd feel comfortable.
Mhm.
Because I don't know what they're gonna decide.
So
And
I just
why-
don't want it to get lost in
Well,
deferral, you know?
That's why I did, yeah.
Well, that's kind of up to the chair or one of us, quite honestly. You can put it on the agenda anytime.
Sure, yeah, okay. All right, everyone comfortable with that? Yep. Okay. Moving forward to, or not comfortable, and you're comfortable with your vote, and I appreciate that and respect it. Okay. Letters of action, discussion of appointment to the Doctors Inlet Ridgewood Citizen Advisory Committee, proposed to be renamed as Oak Leaf Brannon Ridge. Okay, is the proposal to be renamed?
It's already been done under consent.
Oh, okay, we did that under consent. That was confusing, okay. Applications were received from Ernie Dukes and Catherine Savage. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by the Charter Review Commission. Charter Review Commission alternates. My motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries 5-0. TDC, appointment of Cheryl Starnes. At the October 28th, 2025 BCC, the seat appointment. Ms. Starnes' appointment was for the seat held by the elected municipal official from the most populous municipality and not the rotating elected official seat.
Goodness gracious.
So do we need to revote for it, Courtney?
You don't need to revote, it's just to clarify for our purposes that it was the correct seat that they were elected to.
Got it. Anyone have any objections to that one? Okay. Letter for documentation, Charter Review Commission meeting minutes, October 6th, 2025. The only thing that I wanted to say on that is I've gotten some feedback from some citizens and some members of the commission, concerns that the conversations are kind of going in circles, and a lot of it has to do with not governance and not things that we can address by the charter. And so hopefully, I know staff is working hard to try to funnel down some of those issues and concerns so that they can put something out there for us to consider for the ballot. But I just wanted to voice those concerns from constituents who are watching and have served in the past, I should say. Anything else on the charter review minutes? All right, we're at our second public comment period. I do not have any comment cards. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at the second public comment? Come on up.
Good evening, Commissioners. Steve Van Bloom. I live in the Cameron Oaks neighborhood. First, I want to say thank you for letting me speak up here. I wanted to bring attention to what you all brought up recently about I guess we call it fake images or video of the sheriff. And then I was quite impressed with the other person who came up and apologized and corrected herself. I think that was amazing. I wish more people would do that. And speaking of the sheriff, I want to say kudos to her. Sir, I hope you pass this message to her. She did have an event in the Oak Leaf area, public event to address Meet the Sheriff. It was nice meet and greet with her. And I brought up some issues that my neighborhood was having as the HOA president. I brought them up, and with a swiftness, those were addressed, and some of them were corrected. There were some issues with traffic and a few other things, let's just say in the neighborhood. And the sheriff actually put some people on it, and there were a lot of corrections that were made. So if you would please pass my thanks to her for that. And then I wanted to talk about what you said, Commissioner Scrimmelo, and a little bit what you were talking about, Commissioner Compar. Whether you're on the left or the right or the middle, I consider myself a little more middle than left or right. I know Charlie Kirk is a hot button issue, and that naming a street after a person is something you have to consider, really. And I appreciate you, Commissioner Redinger, talking about, hey, let's actually do some research, because I think people need to really do that. And you both said it perfectly, that because you only get part of the story. Now, I didn't like everything Mr. Kirk said during his events, and I didn't agree with everything he said, but one thing I really was impressed with was how much of a listener and a debater he was. And I think as a public speaker, he really did listen, and he tried to get the other person's perspective, but then he also had facts, and some people didn't. They just had emotion or ideas, or maybe just not the right information that was available to them. So, and I think he, well, I'm not going to go into a whole thing, but I think that's good. That's good consideration to put a deferment on that, because I think that might be something we could do. Maybe we could do a few different streets of people from, for different aspects of life. Let's pick 3 or 4 people, and I think something that represents everybody. And I think that'll be a great thing. And then lastly, there was a discussion that was brought up earlier this year about speed limit signs that read your speed back, and I'm about to run out of time here, so give me another 20 seconds. The those were, I guess, made available to the county, or were available to the county. I'm not sure if that's something that's still available, or if they have any on storage. But I think the area of
We're getting a nod.
oh, okay. Thank you. The area of Kindlewood or the Cameron Oaks neighborhood, those could definitely use some there, because we do have a problem with people racing, and that was a concern I brought up with the sheriff, and she has addressed some of those issues. But I think it's this thing that we could, a tool that we could use that I think will benefit the neighborhood. And last, I want to say thank you all very much for your time. You all doing great. Local government, it's a hard thing to do, and you all, I think you do it really well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Anyone else? All right, Commission Auditor, nothing? Okay, County Attorney.
Just a reminder that the next Charter Review Commission meeting is on Monday, November the 17th. And Teresa and I are working with the chair, Courtney Connor, as well as their counsel to narrow down the issues to help them frame their meetings and make them a little more succinct. So we are working in that direction.
Okay, good. Anything else? County Manager.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I just have two items. First, as each of you have been briefed and is allowed for within the purchasing policy under Chapter 6, the emergency purchases, since our last BCC meeting, I executed an agreement for an emergency repair related to the installation of gas water heaters or boilers at the county jail. Time was of the essence to restore hot water to the facility to provide for public services and for the safety and welfare, well-being of those that are within the facility. The contractor was Boiler Technologies Unlimited. They're one of four that were contacted, and the contract amount was $126,484. Bottom line outcome, this was within policy, and the jail has hot water as of the 1st of November. Are there any questions for me?
Questions?
Okay, and the last thing I have, the item that I have is, I just want to wish all our veterans a happy Veterans Day tomorrow and thank them for their service. I would just remind everybody, there's a Veterans Day event at the Camp Blanding Museum. It's tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. There'll be a ceremony beginning at 11. Lunch is available at World War II prices, so there will be burgers and hot dogs out there for sale. And there's a free limited edition T-shirt for the first 100 veterans that go out there. So pending any questions, that's all I have overall.
Any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner comments. Who wants to start? You want to start?
May I start? Yeah, sure. Yeah, on top of the Camp Landing Veteran Celebration, there's one at the Orange Park Mall, 11-2, Penny Farms, there's one, and Orange Park Cemetery, and I'm sure Green Cove has one. So there shouldn't be any excuse that you couldn't get to one. There's one near you. On top of that, there's quite a few discounts for veterans. Publix, actually, I've never seen this one before. Publix is going to offer 10% discount on all groceries to veterans tomorrow. Home Depot always has a low discount, Lowe's as well. I had the opportunity to go to the Grove on 2 weeks ago, I guess it was. The husband brought up FCC, and my heart stopped. FCC, because I was anticipating something. But what came out of his mouth was quite the opposite. And that was a glowing report of how well they do their job in Orange Park Country Club. So unsolicited, trust me, I didn't bring up the subject, he did. But nonetheless, it's indicative of, I think, the data that Charlie's collecting all the time. So I think if you get some negative comments, I always use the data I talked to Howard about, and they're collecting it. It's pretty impressive, actually. So that's about all I have. The other thing is, last thing I have is regional council. I can't get it out of my mind, but we're doing the military installation readiness review. We're doing the resiliency. The annual report is out, and I can't say enough about the benefit we get, and it's all chronicled in the annual report. The benefit we get, Clay County, our residents get from participation in the regional council. It's a magnifier of the requirements we have, and also the desire we have to serve our community. So they are a force multiplier, as they say. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Compere?
I have, first and foremost, it's been a conversation tonight about deep fake videos and posts, and one came up just a couple of days ago. I had to send the sheriff a deep fake post that mushroomed in my district, and what really upset me was, one, it was the first thing, I opened up my social media account that morning, and it was the first thing to populate. It was 1,000% false. However, the publishing page was one that most people would consider a truthful source, which is problematic on so many levels. And so, of course, my first thought was, okay, let me Google what's going on in Clay County. Let me see if I can find a local news report on this. Not one. I'm like, wait a minute, how is the national media picking up something that happened this morning, and this was posted an hour ago, and there's nothing in Clay County that's suggesting that this has taken place, and it really upset me. So, of course, I sent a text to the sheriff really quick because she was misquoted in this fake article, and it's just a really messy situation as far as how much access we have to information wholesale and how much of it is false. And those same tidbits of information is what fuels people to, harden their hearts and get really upset about things that are just not true. That's not true. And it's apropos for the conversation that we've had tonight. And so I just want to caution the public because I was too victim of these concerns, and thankfully I could just shoot the sheriff a text message and ask her myself, but we saw it tonight. Not everybody's going to think to do that to verify, trust but verify. Ronald Reagan, thank you. But you know what I'm saying? It's not always our first thought either. And so I just want to impart on our community, I think we just have a responsibility to be on guard, The truth is suppressed nowadays, and we've got to be aware that that's the baseline. That is the new normal, that the truth is being suppressed. And I hate to put it that way, but that's just the world we're living in. The second thing I wanted to bring up is that hurricane season ended last Saturday, and thank the Lord, Clay County was not hit the way it has been in the past, and we're so grateful for that. I'm very grateful for that. And then the third thing, 3 commissioners ran in a 5K last Saturday, and I don't know about the other 2, but this one was sore for 2 days. And that's not fair because, whatever, that's not fair. But I want to hat tip again.
Those high heels.
I should have. Maybe next year I'll run in high heels. Thanks for that, Commissioner Egger. But Commissioner Burke, Commissioner Scrumolo joined me at Oakleaf High School Saturday morning at 8 a.m. And we had so many amazing staff. That's really what I want to also address is that our county staff did a phenomenal job, not only putting this together with the Veterans Council and the school board, but they improved on what I thought last year was a really great program. And so I just want to say thank you publicly again to Troy's team, Jess Layton in particular, and all of the ladies she got to come out and run with her. I was trying to keep up with Gene. Where is Gene? He left. Gene makes me so mad, let me tell you. Yes, so he was behind me. I've got shots of this. He was behind me when we took off. And was like in a little standing run to take photos, and he happens to be in the shot. Like I turned around to take the photo, so he's behind me, and next thing I know, he's flying past me. I was like, ain't no way Gene's about to beat me. So we get to the hill, the overpass on 23, and I'm like, he didn't kick it into high gear, and I know I can get him on an incline. So I did. I passed Gene, and I'm killing it. Like there's no way this man's gonna catch up to me. He's older than me by a lot. So I was like, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. God will humble you. God will humble you. As I am crossing the finish line, like approaching the finish line, my eye was off the ball. I pulled out my phone to record how amazing it was at the finish line. Like, look at all these people. They're just so encouraging. They're encouraging our veterans. And here comes Gene from behind, passes me with seconds to the finish line. So just a cautionary tale, never take your eyes off the ball. Gene, I'm coming for you next year. And I'm just so thankful that it was a fun way to honor our veterans. There were so many who came out, almost 200 folks signed up again this year. It was really neat to participate. The Veterans Council had, and the county had, vendors who came out, and it was really neat. They were there till, I think they said till 1. I did not stay till 1, but it was a good time. And last but not least, I know that some folks are going to be too busy to chime in, and maybe you chimed in tonight. Have a beautiful Thanksgiving. I hope that the federal government shutdown is not interfering with your ability to commune with your family this holiday season. There's a lot going on. We've got a lot to be asked to. Have a beautiful Thanksgiving.
And ma'am, can I steal a second? And congratulations on you winning your age group for the 5K.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not when they say your age group.
30 to 39. I'm good with it.
Excuse me. Commissioner Burke.
I'll start off by saying Happy Veterans Day to everyone. And I have to say, I did not know, we live in Florida. Why is there so many hills in Oakleaf? Terrible. We had, the hill, okay, we had to go over 23. Of course, everybody's like, no, I don't want to do it. So then you have to come back, and it starts inclining like way before it. And we're like, oh. But I will say, Troy did it with us also. We had a lot of.
We had to go down into the park and come back out of the park.
Yeah, which was. That's true. That's right. Yes, but I mean, it was nice when you go downhill. You kind of catch your breath again, right? But yeah, I thought it was great, and it was just a great event, and just so neat to see everybody there, and just a great turnout. I felt like, and I think that's all I had tonight. So, but that was exciting and fun. So thank you.
Commissioner Scrumlow.
It was, in fact, tougher than you think. Yeah.
That was a good shirt, yeah.
So, real quick, TDC met last week, and Orange Park Fall Festival, 30,000 people attended, which was fantastic over the 2-day window, one of our biggest tourism events. Some other good news, we have 6 events that are booked at the Regional Sports Park within the next 5 months. So some of them are pretty large, with some large amounts of teams. We approved a grant for the Bartram Trail program, which is a really cool experience for everyone that lives in Clay County. What the grant does is gives them funding to put, essentially it creates like a tour of where William Bartram came to Clay County and back at like way back in the day. Don't quote me, maybe 1800s. I'm looking at Teddy for some 1780s, right? So in 1780s, there's spots in Clay County that he wrote about. So through their website, they'll be putting stanchions in Clay County where guests can come up, scan a QR code, read about it. It was kind of emotional because like there's parts like one, he was in Eagle Harbor and he made comments about the boat ramp, and it's like, wow, that's really, really neat. Last thing with TDC, just an attaboy to Teddy. He's improved some of the reimbursement processes that we've had for grants and sponsorships, which will help us on the back end in terms of compliance and also making sure that we're getting the deliverables that we need when we give people money. So great job there. And then last thing, maybe end with a little smile, but you guys had 2 good perspectives of the 5K run. Here was my perspective. So I woke up at dawn, I laced up my shoes, and I stretched with a yawn. The Veterans 5K Let's go make it great, I said, with breakfast still half on my plate. Then boom, the cannon fired loud and clear. I jumped 3 feet and I shifted gears. I took off sprinting. I was in the front of the pack, feeling unstoppable. There was no looking back. Crowds were cheering, "Go, Commissioner!" I thought, maybe I'll be a finisher. But then came the Compare sisters, 1, 2, and 3, gliding past me so gracefully. I gave a wave and a humble grin, thinking next year I better stretch before I begin. Then I spotted Commissioner Burke up ahead. She was cruising along, calm, strong, and steady instead. Then came the hills, enormous and mean. I muttered, this can't be Clay County terrain. But then I pushed through each step, proud and true, for the veterans we ran for, red, white, and blue. When I crossed that finish line, sweaty, smiling, and feeling fine, I cheered for Jess, Troy, Aubrey, and the crew, the dream team who made it all come true. But most of all, with a heart full and bright, I give thanks to those who fought the good fight. For every veteran near and far away, we ran grateful on that proud Clay Day. So that was my experience getting past. Yeah. So while we talked about the negatives of AI, I may have had some assistance making that happen. Yeah. So, but seriously, thank you to all of our veterans. You know, my family, my dad, my grandfather, my uncle, my cousin, my wife's grandfather, her uncle, her cousins, all veterans, and we really appreciate you. And the last comment tonight, we have a member of staff, our awesome county manager, who's going to get a new call sign. Now it's going to be Gramps. He found out they were having a girl, so he's going to have be a grandfather to a baby girl coming up here in a little bit. So congrats to that, Howard. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, so I hope that I have to make you work a little bit more. So I have 2 issues that I was asked by constituents to bring up for consideration. So one of them is, you mentioned the government shutdown, Commissioner Compare, and a number of our surrounding areas, St. Johns County and a couple of others, voted to make some emergency designations to food banks that were struggling. And I know we don't have a lot of extra money, and I don't know that it's something that we can consider. It seems like St. Johns County has a lot of money over there, even though they'll tell you they're broke. Sorry to our friends who are on the commission, but I didn't know if that was something that we wanted to consider. But one of our food bank managers asked me if I would bring that up for consideration. I keep hearing that the shutdown was ended or not ended, and so I'm not really clear on where that is. I haven't followed the news today, so I don't know if it's something that anyone wants to discuss, but I wanted to pause a minute and stop talking to let you comment on that, if there's any comments. Any comments?
Concerning the budget, they expect the budget to be passed on Thursday and the president to sign on Friday, so.
Okay.
That's what I heard this morning.
Okay, so it may not be an issue. Okay.
I'd also just say, like, one of the things I've seen throughout the shutdown, especially in my neighborhood and my district, there's been a lot of people. It's been pretty humbling to see community groups, you know, stepping up, stepping forward, doing drives. I mean, I've seen schools do it as well. So not that I would be against it, but it's like kind of, I think with like what Commissioner Renninger said, I think that the federal government sounds like they're getting to the finish line. So kind of see what happens.
Yeah, I think that, and I would agree with you. The other interesting thing that I would have never considered that occurred in our community, and it's really, it gave me pause, is I don't know if you follow the news in Keystone Heights, but Keystone Heights has one grocery store. It's the Hitchcock's grocery store. And then they consider the Winn-Dixie store in Melrose. And it is a little bit further away. And that's the only place to buy groceries in our community. Well, Hitchcock's sold. And so the Hitchcock's closed down. And Winn-Dixie, I know that you have followed in the news, so the Winn-Dixie Corporation sold to Aldi or was bought by Aldi. Aldi is making some of the Winn-Dixies Aldi's and leaving some Winn-Dixies. Well, the Winn-Dixie family bought back some of their stores. So at any rate, long story short, in Keystone, the Winn-Dixie in Melrose is becoming an Aldi. At what point it's still open as a Winn-Dixie and at what point it will be, we don't know. But as you know, with the one in Fleming Island, there was a shutdown period where it was closed so they could convert to Aldi. Well, the Hitchcocks just closed, and it was bought by the Winn-Dixie family, and they're making it into a Winn-Dixie. It is not going to be reopened until June of '26. So we have about a 9-month period. And our food bank director in Keystone told me one of the things that they've suffered from the most is a lot of food donations came from like overruns and things at the grocery store. So they are really hurting. In addition to the first week of November, she normally has about 500 families come through. She had 900 come through. Now, I think there were people who were panicking that normally get SNAP benefits and were panicking. And so hopefully that will level out. But for us to consider as for people hurting in our communities, there's basically a food desert has been created in my community that I didn't anticipate. For me, I would encourage people to investigate Kroger delivery. I use Kroger a lot, and their prices are very good, way cheaper than a lot of these other places. For instance, a half gallon of milk is $1.99. So at any rate, but I would just encourage you to investigate and consider. I know that a lot of our older senior citizens are afraid of apps and afraid of using online services. They could be like my mom and bought 3 cases of coffee, that kind of, but we can try to help you. I think there's services in Troy's group and Jason and all to try to help people in our libraries. I know Mary does that. If someone is struggling to how to order groceries, that could be a resource that we could pursue. That doesn't cost us extra money anyway, but just wanted to bring that up to you and something I hadn't considered. The second thing that I was asked to bring up, the acting city manager of the city of Keystone Heights asked me if we would consider this. It was ironic that he asked me because I had been having the same thought. So I think you know that in St. Johns County, they just passed an ordinance for e-bikes. And one of the things, and they're having problems in the city of Keystone Heights with e-bikes. And they have, we don't want to just legislate to legislate, but the sheriff's office has said that having an ordinance is easier for them to enforce. Like right now, e-bikes kind of fall into that gray area. They are not a true motorized vehicle, but they are also not just a bicycle. And so I don't know if this is something that we wanted to consider as a commission, to have Courtney do some research of what other communities around the state are doing and what that might look like if we wanted to do it or not. But the city of Keystone Heights was going to entertain something, but if the county is doing it, they would rather just piggyback with us. It makes things easier. I don't know what St. John's said. I just know they passed it.
It is a problem, and I'm gonna object to an e-bike is not motorized. It is motorized. And they go 28 miles an hour. And one almost hit my car as I was coming, in a crosswalk. I mean, he comes flying through. So, and Doctors Lake Trail says no motorized vehicles, and yet they have all these e-bikes on there. So it's one of the things I've been looking at and looking for guidance from the state, and I don't think there's any guidance from the state. There's levels, level 1, 2, and 3 of e-bikes, and the level 3 will do 30 miles an hour, 28 miles an hour, or something like that.
Well, and it became a big deal in St. Johns County because they had several severe injuries of teenagers. And that's when people are going to look to, Commissioner Scarmelo talks about when people are going to look to us to have taken action, if something goes badly. But if it doesn't, and I don't know that we want to legislate, I don't know.
I think it's worth a look, have a legal legislative look throughout the country. How do they treat e-bikes? I mean, they're not new, but they are a greater danger than a manual pedal,
Maybe I was thinking about this too, maybe like an age restriction, because one of the things that bubbled up, my conversation, the reason why Richard had to come to District 2 was because a child was riding on one and hit a bus, and the community went crazy. But if you read the article, it says very plainly that the kid hit the bus. So who am I to tell a parent whether they can put their child on an e-bike? That is completely out of my purview. But I think that there are conversations to be had about that because it comes up in Eagle Landing all the time. For the same reason, Commissioner Reniger, the cars come out past the sidewalk, and these kids, Eagle Landing has a lot of kids who are riding these things, and they're so young, their prefrontal cortex has not been developed yet, and so they cannot assess risk well. And so they don't see cars, they're not looking for cars, and who am I to try to educate a child? That's the parent's responsibility, but there may be somewhere that we can come alongside and help, but I'm just very mindful of what I think a government's role is in the lives of young people, and where we should be involved and where we shouldn't. But point well made. I just find it to be very interesting that the news did report it. The child hit the bus.
Yeah, but if you're that bus driver, you never get over that, right? So, yeah, I guess that was the thing that
Not death.
No, but the trauma of the experience. And so I guess what Jamie Booth was told by the sheriff's department was it would be much easier if they had something to enforce than trying to just make a call. But so we can look at it or not, I don't know.
We're just gonna see what the other counties are doing.
Okay. And then the only other thing that I wanted to tell you is if you're not paying attention to the events going on down in Keystone Heights, you're missing out. So they have a huge event every Halloween that's called Boo on the Boulevard. And I would venture to guess we were handing out candy for hours. I would guess more than 5,000 people attended that. A great event if you want a safe event for your kids. People come. I had people telling me they were coming from Ocala and all over, like they come from everywhere. And that day as well at 5:30, we started Boo on the Boulevard at 6 o'clock, but on Friday the 31st, the city of Keystone Heights did a ribbon cutting. You probably saw pictures with the chamber, but if you haven't been south and seen the mural that was painted for the city of Keystone Heights for their 100th anniversary, it is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. On one end of it, you will see a crane, and it's a whooping crane, not a sandhill crane, and you can get your picture taken with him. I did, and his name is Andy the Crane, and Andy the Crane was a real crane in the 1920s that adopted the town, and he would go, there's a book that has been written about how Andy the Crane would interact with the citizens, and eventually he bit some people and they had to, control that a little bit, but he used to walk the streets of the town. And so at any rate, go and explore that. The first 80 kids that came to that got a copy of that children's book about Andy the Crane, and I would encourage you to pursue looking at that. And then finally, if you don't have anything to do this coming Saturday night from 5 to 9, there is the Mayor's Ball that is making its comeback in the city. The Friends of Keystone Heights are putting it on. It's at the RV Resort, $125 per couple, but it really goes to a good cause to pursue these things that are teaching the history of Keystone Heights, and that matters to Clay County, and I just wanted to share it. So with that, is there anything else for the good of the order? Seeing none,